Yes.
Action.
Okay.
Action.
Action. I will wait here.
Okay.
And,
All my pens are big. Yeah. They're different colors. And they run out. Okay, how about this nice one?
yeah. Still a big one.
I did say all my pens were big.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Okay, I'll be gradually sort of settling down and ready to go. Today's program, Lillian, yours, do you have a copy of the program?
Yes, we do.
You have. Good. So, today's program, well, what we did yesterday to quickly sum up was that one of my good colleagues and good friends, Klaus Monod-Skip, after Asaf had sort of welcomed you all, he talked a bit about what is problem-based learning and how is problem-based learning implemented. He did actually give me a copy of the presentation on what is PBL, but he didn't give me a copy of the other presentation. I don't know if you actually got that one in writing. I'm thinking now of Lillian and yours. I will give you copies later on of the what is PBL thing at least, okay? And then he talked about different ways of implementing PBL, because one of the main conclusions about what is PBL is that PBL is not just a specific way of doing things. You just do this, 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 that, and the next thing, and then it's PBL. That's not how it is. It can be implemented in many, many different ways, because it's just the fundamental learning theory and the fundamental principles of learning which are common to different PBL models. But the way that these principles are then implemented in practice differs a lot from one university to another university, which is also one of the reasons why we have this very strong recommendation that each and every single university, each and every single department that thinks about trying to implement PBL needs to develop their own way of doing so. So that was the main part of yesterday's. Then there was a group of students, Hanan students, who were here to present their project. And I came in a bit late, but I think they were doing a project on Tanzania. Was that correctly understood? Yeah. And then after that, I talked a little bit about the history of Aalborg University, on how PBL was introduced in the Faculty of Engineering and Science in Aalborg University. A somewhat traumatic story that eventually turned into a success story. And then Asaf was giving his perspective from what he has learned while he's been around, and that was sort of the end of yesterday's program. Now, this morning, Inger will start out with saying something about how PBL is being implemented in the Faculty of Humanities within Aalborg University, because much as we talk about an Aalborg model, the model still differs from faculty to faculty, and even from department to department, and even from program to program. So again, it's not a one way to do things. After that, one of my colleagues, Professor Erik de Graaf, who is originally from Holland, but who is nowadays a professor within our department, of planning. He will talk about management of change to problem-based learning. So he will focus much upon the change process that I also talked a bit about yesterday in connection with the history of Aalborg University. Then, after the coffee and tea break, I actually have a surprise for you, because I thought that we would have no students, but you know, one of these funny coincidences that happens in life. Yesterday afternoon, when I was cleaning up the room, and you guys had all left, a young African man passed by the door, and I saw him sort of at the corner of my eye, and I looked him up afterwards and said, "Hi, who are you, and what are you doing here?" This turns out that this is a Ghanaian student who's doing his master's thesis right now in one of the environmental management programs within the Faculty of Engineering and Science. So of course I immediately grabbed him by the throat and said, "Please, can you come in tomorrow?" So we'll have Felix come in to present his perspective as an African student. He comes from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, KNUST in Ghana. So he'll give his perspective on how it has been for him as an African student switching from an African learning environment to a PBL-based learning environment, and what he's doing in his project. He just came back from Ghana yesterday, having done his data collection in Ghana. So he's promised to come in. I just said hi to him. He's here now. Then after that, I'll try to do a presentation which I have titled "Is PBL Useful for African Universities?" And that's a question that I pose to you. It's of course a question where I myself have an answer. You should never pose questions that you don't think you can answer yourself, but I would like to discuss with you whether my answer is the correct one, whether you see things differently, because you know much more about African universities than I do. Then we have a good colleague of Inger and Hanan, Thomas Ryberg, coming in to say something about the synergy between e-learning and problem-based learning. As you probably all know, there's an awful lot of focus in Africa on e-learning. I have myself participated in 2 out of the, by now I think 6 or 7, e-learning Africa conferences, and it's been incredible to see how many things are happening all around the continent. And also in the BSU connection, of course, we all know that there's a lot of focus on e-learning. But our perspective from our position here in Aalborg is that e-learning and problem-based learning goes hand in hand very nicely and supports and enhances each other. And that's what Thomas will be saying something about. Then, by the end of the day, a general discussion, some closing remarks, and joint lunch down in the canteen. For the closing remarks, we have proposed, we being Asaf in this case, who is not here today with us because he's participating in a PhD course that unfortunately coincided with today. But his idea was that the Kenyan delegation also gives us some few closing remarks, as does the Ugandan delegation. So be prepared for saying something at some stage of time. Okay, and now over to you, Inger.
Thank you very much, Mona. And I think I might ask questions that I cannot answer myself, because this is actually also an approach in PBL, working with students about, you know, going into a genuine discussion about things you do not know yourself. But my background is in humanities, and I'm affiliated with the program of languages and international business communication. And that is in the Department of Culture and Global Studies, where we have different programs. So what I thought I would do today is to show you some problem statements from our section, but also a little bit from the study regulations from a program called Culture, Communication and Globalization. That is because that's one of the only programs that has study regulations in English. So I have borrowed into their study regulations to show you, you know, descriptions of the exam and so on. And I know that they are also available on the internet. So if you need some inspiration when you later prepare courses, that could also be a way, a place to look, or you could ask me to send you the link. Now, we have already heard that problem-based learning can be approached from many different ways, or different programs have different approaches. And now in the program I'm affiliated with, usually there are some courses that end up in a project, but it's not like on a 50 to 50% basis. It's maybe in one semester there would be a project that that gives students 50% of the work, but in other semesters it could only be 20%, and then coursework would be more. But very often we work with modules, and we describe the competencies that students are expected to acquire, and then the exams are described, and then courses are taught in such a module. It could be a combination of 2 or 3 different courses, but sometimes it can also just be one course where we have defined that the exam will be writing a project. So ideally, we hope that students will already begin to think about the project or the theme they want to work on while they are doing the coursework, but that very rarely happens because they seem to be so busy just reading stuff for the coursework. So actually, at the end of a course, which is normally 8 weeks, then they will formulate a problem statement and begin discussing with their supervisors. In the earlier semesters, sometimes it's administratively decided who is going into which project groups. So people or students are combined in project groups with 4, for instance, participants. Later on, we leave it to the students to try to form project groups, and they very often do that, I think, on the basis of who they like to work together with, more than on the basis of topics. But that also differs. This is the way it is in our program, but in the other sister program that I'm going to show you a little bit from, there I know that they have this exercise where students are not allowed to leave the room until groups are formed and they have decided which topic to work on. And I thought we could do an exercise of this sort today with you, so that you could imagine that you are students, and then to put you in a situation when you were sort of setting up a project. And but I'll revert to that. First, a little bit from the study regulations, and this is a description of one of the exams in global processes. And I could actually mention that the Masters in Culture, Communication and Globalization is one of the 2 programs that Aalborg University offers as a place where your students can apply for stipends. So next year we hope to have somebody enrolling in that program. And we already have one in the other program where that's development and international relations. I know that there's one coming from Maseno, depending on the passing of a language test. Anyway, it describes this examination as a combined written and oral examination. It will be based on a project report prepared by one or a number of students. It must not exceed 25 pages per student, or 30 if the student is writing on an individual basis. And then there's the duration of the examination, 30 minutes, including voting and communication of grade with a motivation, and then something about how it's evaluated. I will also show you, I mean, these exams have numbers, and usually they do perhaps, I don't know, 15 exams in all, or 12. But this is then number 6, that's the master's thesis. It's also described. It's again a project conducted as a dialogue between the student, the examiner, and the external examiner, who is somebody invited from a different university. And then this is on the basis of a master's thesis, and then it stipulates how many pages. So they are allowed to write more pages here. So you can see if there are 4 students in such a group, it would be a very big 4 times 70, more than 200 pages. So maybe that's also why very often for the master's thesis they write it individually, or maybe in pairs. But at that, when they get to the master's, I think many students want to try to do something by themselves, and maybe also they've been through a lot of hassle negotiating with other group members, and they usually feel that now is the time for me to try what I can do on my own. But they still have this baggage of having done project work. Okay, a description of, then it says something about examination type. They have 3 different types described, but this is then the project examination type. There are others that are take a home assignment where they have 4 days perhaps to write maybe an essay at home or do some case study. But this one is, it says that it's on the basis of the written work. If the written work is jointly produced, it must be clearly stated who is responsible for which section. Other sections will be considered as the joint responsibility of the group. And then they will be examined on the basis of the entire report. That means questions can be asked in all areas of the report. Sometimes if we are nice when we examine students, we tend to also make sure that they have questions within an area we know they have written. But that is not something that we are required to do. And then a combined grade will be awarded for the oral and written performance. And each individual student will get a grade, and even if they've been 4 in a group, they need not get the same grade, all of them. That's also a principle that we have taken up. So that was a little about, just extracts from what a study regulations can look like, but they differ a lot from one. But I think generally the descriptions of the exams are very similar from one study program to another. Now the other thing I wanted to show you, because I've often been supervising students.
Can I ask a question before you move to?
Yeah. Yes.
Just the masters there, the thesis. I'm still trying to understand how a thesis can be done by more than one person.
But maybe it's because I think thesis writing in your universities is different. I think
ours is all individual.
Yeah.
Thesis, yeah.
Because isn't it like a long essay where you argue a point, and then you study some area and you argue a point, and then get to a conclusion.
Yeah.
So it's not problem based in that sense. I think, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
But here it would be, I brought some different examples of thesis. This is, for instance, a master's thesis, and it has, this was about climate change. So it always has an area about, theory of science, and there's this introduction and delimitation, and then a problem statement, and then there's a theory of science, whether they position themselves in social constructionism or hermeneutics or whatever, and then something about theoretical reflections, where they describe what sort of theory, the conceptual framework they are using, and then analysis, and they will have been describing what tools they are using for doing this analysis. And maybe also a difference is that they need to get empirical data, and they often go out and interview people. They use ethnographic studies very often, so that it's a combination of, in fact, in a way, sociology or sociological studies combined with perhaps linguistics. And the linguistics would be used as a tool to tease out the answers rather than, well, in the past we had many linguistics projects or research projects that were perhaps counting adverbials and finding out whether there were more adverbials in one sort of text than in the other. And well, that approach was left a long time ago. And now it seems that people doing linguistics now are turning very much into discourse studies and looking at what sort of orientation has this text got, what ideology is in it, what can we read about power relations, and so that's just examples of how we use linguistics as part of it, but then combined with perhaps culture theory or various other theories from sociology. I think we are growing increasingly interdisciplinary in our approach to these, and we call it a master's thesis because I guess because there's some sort of assumption being made without really going into hypothesis testing. We don't often do that in humanities now. It's usually qualitative studies, sometimes combined with quantitative, maybe questionnaires and very often focus group interviews, and then also combined sometimes with close analysis of mediated texts. It could be press releases or news articles, or it could be company brochures or pamphlets, promotional material. But what combines all of these different approaches is that they all of them take a starting point in a problem, in some paradox. I think the paradox was not so much mentioned yesterday, I don't think, but when we start asking a question about something, then it's very good to start out wondering about something. We come across something in our everyday lives and we start wondering about it. And well, one thing, for instance, which would be a paradox, that is, okay, we all know that climate change affects our everyday lives. Everybody has, or not everybody, but very many people have this attitude that they would like to be good climatists. Now, we then wonder, how come then that people actually are not good climatists? How come that they drive cars that pollute and so on? Even if they, if they were asked, they would probably say, yeah, of course we should do something about the climate. So that is just one example of something that could be a paradox. Also, smoking, we know that smoking is unhealthy. How come that many people smoke? And how come that, some campaigns have worked and others have not? Because there has been a shift in our way of, there are fewer smokers now than there used to be. But is that because of legislation or a change of attitude, or what is it? But there are some paradoxes here that are difficult to explain just, we can't just explain them without looking into it more deeply. So I think, it was a long answer too.
No, I was only asking because I'd never heard before of a master's thesis done by more than one.
Okay.
Well, it's the first time I'm seeing it.
Yeah, but here very often there are two, but in this case there was only one. Okay. And then I thought I would just show you a few examples of problem statements from our study program. And I supervised these, and it's usually an interesting process from getting from the first emerging idea about what students would like to do, where they are asked to write down in a few lines what they would like to write about. And then this is presented to a supervisor who will then approve of the topic. And then from there, there's quite a lot of discussion going on until the student gets to something that you could call a problem statement. And sometimes it does not really have a paradox. We also accept it, even if it doesn't have a paradox. But we always say to the students, it's much easier to do the research if there is a paradox. But here, this was a student who was interested in media power and the public debate. That was the title of her, that was a bachelor degree thesis. The problem statement she made was, to what extent do the media enable or constrain public debate in the UK? Okay, this was then based on the UK because they need to include something on English language because that's part of their study program. So that way they are sort of, in a way, forced into looking at either Britain or America or one of the English-speaking areas in the world, which I think is a pity, really. That's something I would like to change because so many students would like now to look at both Africa and China. And but anyway, she had been wondering about whether we actually have a free democratic process or how the media contribute towards such a process or whether it's constrained. And she was then interested in looking at the news media, also new social media, and how they might influence, you know, the public sphere, whether it's narrowing down or opening up because of public media. So she had this overall question, and then she had two sub-questions to narrow it down. So she said, to what extent do conventional media provide access to knowledge of the political arena and to encourage dialogue in the public sphere? And then the next question was, how might new media come to play a role in the public debate? She was looking at David Cameron's speech on immigration from 11, and she also, that was part of her data, and she also looked at articles from the Daily Telegraph, The Independent and The Guardian, and then she looked at comments from bloggers to get a feeling about how does this taken up by the public. She used Habermas, who has written about democracy in Europe and at the public sphere and the private sphere. She used systemic functional linguistics, the appraisal system for evaluation. How do they evaluate? She looked at intertextuality and framing, media framing. So in a way it was very much a media study, which they very often do because of access to data. I think it's easier to study something you can, text you can find online rather than perhaps going out and interviewing people. Also because they have quite only a few weeks, maybe a maximum of 3 months to do the project. But very often it comes down to 2 months because they do not get started early enough. And anyway, this was then, and you see, this was the result. And the conclusion was quite interesting because, well, I'm not going to read it, but it is a very interesting conclusion because I think she did a very good job. She got a top grade on this one, and it's a very good bachelor thesis. We can circulate it, and then I will show you another example. That was a project which they called the Burning Platform, and that was also a bachelor thesis. in the Burning Platform, which was a project about crisis communication, and well, it should have been BP, British Petroleum Crisis. They were interested in looking at whether crisis communication actually works and how BP handles this issue where there was a spill out, you know, in the Mexican Gulf. So the problem statement they wrote was, to what extent, you see, very often they start with to what extent, because it should not be possible to answer them with a yes/no question. So to what extent can crisis communication save, and already here they are a bit ironical, I think, an organization in a crisis like BP after the Deepwater Horizon blowout? And more specifically, did crisis communication fail, or did BP fail to follow principles of crisis communication? So they had this sort of tension and a possibility of actually pushing the theory of crisis communication by questioning it and you know, being skeptical about the use of crisis communication. To explore that, they they analyzed an early interview with BP's CEO, Tony Hayward, who later resigned. And then later on, he made an apologia, and they studied those two examples. What did he say just after the blowout? What did he say a few weeks later, where he actually apologized? So it was poor crisis management, and whether it saved BP is not so clear. But the analytical approaches were crisis communication theory, and then he used 3 different approaches by 3 different theorists who all write about crisis communication, but using different approaches. And the same 2 texts were studied in depth using all 3 approaches, and it was triangulation to see whether they came up with the same results, and you know, whether, of course, it always exposes one model towards the other, well, if they get different results. They also got a top grade, but I have, you know, for you to see, I've left all these yellow slips, because when we examine, what I usually do is I prepare questions for some of them there were 2 people in this group. Some of them could go to both, some of them only to one of them. And I've then added names, and I've written in my questions here for examination purposes. And of course, you always try to bring out a good discussion in the examination. Also, there's always an external examiner from some other university. So this is, it was also a very good report. And then the last example I'll show you is a master level project that was based on a course combined of 2 strands, one called Organizational Communication in Public Media, and the other one Strategic Marketing Communication. And then the students were meant to bring together or have input from both these courses and put them into that project. And that was about IMES, which is international organization for Danish Organization for International Cooperation. Now it's called MS Action Aid. And I think you also, at least in Kenya, I've seen Action Aid Kenya. And our students are very often interested in these aspects. Now this was about fair trade, They called it MS and the Promotion of Fair Trade, a project on the new conditions for Danish NGOs. They were attracted to this because there was a change in our legislation that said that NGOs now have to collect a bigger portion of their funding by themselves. So they went out and campaigned and tried to collect funding so that they could qualify for being funded by the leader. Fair trade seemed to be used as fair trade had a good name at the time, but it was at a time also when there were problems because there were some television broadcasts showing that fair trade in many situations did not actually mean that coffee farmers received more money for their produce than other farmers, and maybe conditions were not as good as they were said to be. So there was this, in a way, tension that was interesting to look into. And how come then that an organization, that a Danish aid organization, takes on this, very much following marketing trends like doing corporate social responsibility and promoting themselves by linking up with an organization that at that time had a good name. But so that was what they looked into. And they asked what may be the strategic motives behind MS Action Aid's decision to incorporate the marketing of fair trade in their work. And then they answered, they asked sub-questions. Now they were 3 in this group, so very often they then have each a sub-question to address. How has fair trade been framed in the media? Another one was, may this framing have had an influence on young consumers' motivation to support MS Action Aid campaign? And to what extent may the fair trade campaign have influenced consumers' motivation for supporting a cause? They used focus group interview, they made questionnaires, and they analyzed 2 press releases where it was really in-depth analysis, close analysis, where they were using, again, appraisal evaluation theory, looking at, actually every sentence to see what they could find. Yeah. Okay. Gør det noget, vi snakker samtidig?
Nej, det må jeg gerne gøre.
Okay. Now, this was, okay, you can also, this was the report I just mentioned, and here are a few others so that you can look at some of the topics that they are interested in. But now, if we imagine that I'm now a supervisor and you are a group of students, and you are going to form groups and to start up projects. Now, of course, you haven't had a course 5. Okay. Yeah, but we started very late. I only had.
No, but Eric needs to start on time, because he's leaving.
Okay.
So this was the only time we had.
Yeah. Okay.
So we cannot really push him anymore.
We cannot. Well, there's no time for us to do an exercise, but we could think about how it, or talk it through, how we could do it. What would happen if we were to start up a project would be that I would ask you to suggest themes you are interested in, and let us just try to do that. No. like to get. Now I just close it off. I think it doesn't work. Anyway,
It's gone. I want to turn that off. The one you were pressing yesterday.
Okay.
is it possible?
PC1.
PC1.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
just
okay.
there.
Yeah. PC1. That's okay.
No. Yeah, I think it does.
Shakti wants it off.
She wants it off.
I would like it off, yes.
Okay. Then.
Yeah, I did that before, but it didn't do anything. And I wanted it mute, actually.
Okay.
But maybe.
It takes a while before it responds.
Yeah. Anyway, technology is technology, but let us imagine that we're about to form groups. So what I would do is to ask, is there any particular topics you have been thinking about? You would be interested in forming a project on, like unemployment or any topic that is of your interest. Then I will write them. So could you suggest something that and it's good if it has something to do with stability, democracy and rights. And then maybe it could also be a future collaborative research project that you are starting now. Who knows? But try to mention a topic.
Maybe health and rights.
Health and rights. And other topics, because you cannot all be in one group. So
Education and rights.
education and rights. And other
gender rights and household stability.
gender rights and household stability.
Democracy and stability. Maybe
Household stability. And you said
Ethnicity, nationalism, and conflicts.
yes.
In Uganda.
Yeah. And like that, we sometimes there are even more suggested. Then the next thing would be to know who would go with which theme, and we could have a go, and because who would actually be interested in participating in a group on health and rights? Yes, there was one person. How about education and rights? 3, okay. And gender rights and household stability. There was 1. And how about ethnicity? Okay, there are 3. Okay. Yes. Now we begin to see a pattern now that actually education and rights with 3 and this one with 3, that would work. But then in real life we would probably say, okay, the person who was interested in health and rights, I think that was the same person who was also interested in this one. So that means this will be chosen and we would then not do this one. So this one seems to, it would be okay for a group. Then there were also 3 on this one. And then the then the question is whether this person would like to join any of those two groups. Or the other possibility would of course be to persuade some of the others to come onto this one. But so this is basically what would happen. And then I think as a supervisor, the role would then be to try to think about would there be anything here that might actually be possible in one of the other groups, education and rights.
Suppose you combine 1 and 2.
Yes,
Potentially 2 different topics. Can be health, education, and rights.
yeah,
Or can also be health, education, and rights.
yeah,
Health, education, and
And
rights.
rights.
You're combining 3
Yeah.
concepts. 100%
Yes.
separate.
yeah, yes,
Or health education has a concept
And
and rights.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that could also
That's true. So, and then we would ask other members of the group whether, or you would then discuss it among yourselves and agree that okay, this is the topic. But that would be health, education, and rights. Now we have them. But you see, sometimes something like this happens that there are not. Well, in this case, it would be possible to write an individual or do an individual project if a person is strongly committed to this, or the alternative would be if the person would then do a different project. And yeah, hello. I'm about to wind up.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm about to take over.
Yes,
Just
that-
in your
that's fine. So you see, what would happen next would be that once groups are formed, the groups would be given, they would be asked to produce, you know, something in writing about where they sort of describe the topic and, but you know, some of the assumptions and a problem, if an initial problem, and it would then be sent to the you know, the secretaries who administratively organize these things. Then they would be given a supervisor, depending on who is competent on which topics. And there are, of course, many staff members to be used. And then we are asked if we can take, you know, a number of project groups. It depends. If it's at the lower semesters, on the lower semesters, we tend to get more project groups. We can have actually sometimes up to 6 or 8 project groups with 4 people in each, and even more. But if it's masters and BA, then we tend to have fewer, and PhDs, of course, also. But the principle is more or less the same. So I hope that you have some idea now about humanities and how we go about it here. So thank you, and we can always keep discussing.
Because of time, will we have time for questions after the next presentation?
Yes, yes, let's do that before the student comes on. I think Erik is pressed for time.
Okay.
yes.
And
Then
do
we
you-
can ask after.
Yes. Perpetuate the moment.
Well, the lady, only lady left, so that's a pity.
Pardon?
One participant, the lady, left the
Oh
group.
yeah, but I'm sure she comes in again.
Yes, yes. Oh.
Yes.
No, just a pity for your picture.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. Maybe I should wait. Yes, also to document
Use the one at the end. Keep going. No, no, the one you had. Yeah, just pull the other, near the window.
Ah, they throw it out of the window. Yeah. And that one is on.
Somewhere there. PC1 or something. There you go. Go on.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to introduce me? That's good.
Well,
That's
I
nice.
don't know if I want to introduce you because I'm not sure that I know your exact background. But I have actually known Erik for many, many years. I don't think he knows, but I think we met each other the first time in 1992 in one or another conference in Holland, which was on gender and science and technology.
You think so? I think it was 1993 in Copenhagen. But okay, it is still some
But
time.
anyway, we do know each other for quite some time. And Erik used to be a professor in Twente University in Holland. And I think you are still connected to Twente University.
Actually, I've been working at Delft University,
At
and
Delft?
since December I'm totally free.
See?
I'm 100% over.
Okay.
And Mona starts to
So
talk
much
Danish
for
to me.
my ability to present Erik. As much as I have known him, I haven't studied his background in detail. So I'll leave the word to Erik to talk on problem-based learning and change to PBL.
Thank you, Mona, for the introduction.
Sorry for
And,
being a
and
little bit
one of the nice things is that happened 2-3 times now already, that Mona starts talking to me in Danish. And then she explains that's how much she accepts me as a colleague, that she's even forgetting I'm from Holland and I don't speak Danish that well. Okay, I'm originally from Holland. I have been introduced in problem-based learning in 1979. And that was when I applied for a job in Maastricht, a university in the south of the Netherlands, where they just started a medical curriculum. And they started in 1974 with first students. So when I got there, that was just a year before the first medical students graduated from this new PBL program. And I was hired to do a research in the medical faculty into medical problem solving. After that, I changed my job to a position of educational consultant in health sciences, and that means that I had to work with new staff to give them trainings in problem-based learning, how to be a facilitator, how to write cases, and also to support staff in construction of PBL curricula. I've been working in Maastricht until I finished my PhD in '89, and then shortly after I moved to a position in Delft University, where they were implementing a PBL curriculum in the Faculty of Architecture. So I was hired as a consultant to help them in this implementation process. I stayed on in TU Delft basically until December last year, working for many different faculties, being involved as a consultant in a great number of curriculum innovation projects. And from that position, I started also the collaboration with people in Aalborg, somewhere in the 90s. And alone and together, I have been involved in many consultancies all over the world, running workshops, giving keynotes, giving presentations on how to work with PBL, how to introduce PBL, how to go through all this. And so I could not say no when Mona asked me to give you a short address on this topic for this workshop here in Aalborg. I think it's great that you have the opportunity to come here and to really see how it works here in this place. In your own place it will be different. So you cannot just copy whatever you see here, but you can take inspiration from it and use that inspiration to create something in your own place, within your own constraints, which answers questions in your own situation. And that means you cannot just look at the outside, you really have to look underneath the hood. You have to see how it works, what makes problem-based learning work, and how can we isolate those elements that are useful and that are possible to implement under the conditions where you are working. So that is what this presentation will be about, the transformation process from a traditional curriculum to problem-based learning. Looking at the topic that Mona asked me to address, I thought, well, this is for me a nice opportunity to have a dry run for a presentation that I'm already committed to give tomorrow as a keynote at a school, a university in the north of Germany, in Kiel. They are considering problem-based learning, and they invited me, among some other people, to talk about this change process. So I'm just giving you the dry run of my keynotes for tomorrow. I've abbreviated. I hope you don't mind being guinea pigs for me. But please give comments, ask questions, interrupt me. If we don't have enough time, then we'll just end in the middle. But the interaction is more important than everything I would have prepared. So, about problem-based learning. The big question where you have to start, what is PBL? And why should you want to do it? So everyone who comes to me and says, we want to introduce PBL. I have these two questions. What do you think PBL is? Because it does have many sides. And you should really go into it to figure out what elements of PBL you really want to implement. What should it look like? And also, you should ask yourself, why do I want to do this? Do you want to do it because it looks fancy? Or do you want to do it because you have little money and you want just to economize your teaching? Or whatever other arguments you may have. There are people who want to introduce PBL because they want to have a big impact on their society. They want to change the way people relate to each other. And maybe you can use PBL for that. But it is not automatic. And it is not something that will happen without you asking the question, what do I want to do this for? So this is two questions everyone needs to think of before you get started. And then I have an assignment, because everyone here knows something about PBL. You have your own PBL. So I have a classic think, pair, share exercise. And a think, pair, share exercise is something you can do in any classroom, even up to 500 students, to introduce something like a PBL-like process, a process of active learning, of activating students. You can introduce that in a very big classroom. You don't need project rooms, you don't need project assignments, you can activate students on the spot by think, pair and share. So each of you tries to think, what is an advantage of PBL? You may write it down, you may keep it in your mind. What is the advantage that you think is important for PBL? Next, and that is the really interesting, you want to ask something?
No. The question is okay.
The next thing, and that is really interesting if you have this group of a few hundred students, you ask people to turn around in their chairs and to face each other in groups of 3, maybe 5 persons, but not more, not like a whole big group. You just get together with 2 or 3 people, 4 people, and share what are the important things that you think of as advantage of PBL. Share it with each other and try to create a ranking. What is the most important, what is second, what is third. So you can hand out the Olympic medals. So please turn around now and you have 3 minutes to talk to each other. In the big audience it should at least be 5 minutes, but with a small group and little time. Hello. Yeah, you can. At the back row So you can either make 2 groups of 2, or you can make 1 group of 4, and then one person has to change the chair a little bit. But you cannot stay isolated. You have to move over to them. Just go and take your chair and sit in that group.
It actually makes the students into actually relate to what they're doing. So it's not some abstract concept, because based on something they actually see they're doing.
You move from textbook to real life.
Yes.
Student-centered,
That's what we do now.
same as the first one, makes all them active.
In a way,
Maybe planning studio, engineering. We do this the way of.
Yes.
But it could be done better.
So it's being made by accident.
No, you've been doing it, just that we're not calling it. And I think especially you guys were very interesting in studios, architects, more than anybody else. Do this for a matter of course. Engineers were supposed to, but I know we don't.
Too different.
I have my yellow notes. I've used them for 20 years. Where do I want to change? That's the mentality.
Yes, exactly. Because this requires too much more. And this requires much more personally.
Anything more.
And it also promotes participation.
It's relevant to our
As pairs or
So we have agreed that
we have about
more important is the PBL is non-essential. Then the second one.
Enjoy writing.
It's even a discussion on
That's a problem. It allows us to write us to have a point. That's
So the first one comes makes all them active.
You do what you like, relevant to society. Societal problems, relevant to society.
so if there's someone who's to write, it will clear it.
And then the
And that's
teachers.
what she was saying, that even if you
May I please have your attention?
Pardon?
I do realize that this conversation could go on for at least another half hour. And that is not uncommon. Actually, what is happening even here in a small group, it always happens in the big group too. If I'm asking back the attention, it is difficult. People are so much engaged in their own talk. They don't want to go back to listening to the presenter. That is not what is really interesting. What is interesting is a discussion among yourself in a small group. So it is always difficult for the teacher to get back to the plenary. But it is a sacrifice I'm ready to make because it is a good experience. I would really like you now, even if I do realize that you could go on and something really worthwhile could come out of it. But for now, I would like to ask you to stop and just give me some keywords from each of the groups. What are characteristics of advantages of PBL that came out of your group?
Well, we said PBL is learner-centered.
Learning center.
Learner-centered. Yes.
I'm asking the group in the back. Give me one keyword. What is an advantage of PBL from your discussion? Learning? Independent learning. And from that group? You can give me two words.
Participation
Participation and?
and reality. Is there anyone who has something which is coming out of your discussion which is not yet here on the list and which you really feel is important? Yeah? Commitment.
motivation. That is what very often is claimed about PBL.
Relevance of the research to relevance of the research to real world situations. I think it's already
I'm not aiming right now to complete this list, but just to get a sort of summing up, to show one thing, and that is that you already know quite a lot about problem-based learning. And the second, I should have taken the other one, because now it's not visible. Sorry, I'm not used to the blackboards anymore. But the other is to show that that there are different aspects of problem-based learning. It is not just one thing, but there are different characteristics. It is learning that starts with a problem. You have the advantages of motivation, and the advantages of motivation, they come from working together in a small group. You have the advantage of authenticity, and that is the problem which brings the learning back to reality. It shows students immediately from day one in class 1 what they are doing it for. And in a traditional school, first you have to suffer hours and hours of lecturing, and you don't really know what you ever will be using it for. And I can tell you from experience, at least 90% you will never use. But you have to go through that just as part of the education program. So problem-based learning shows students right from the beginning, this is what you're doing it for. On this slide, I wrote some characteristics. And then you see where the differences in different types of PBL start. Because learning can start with a problem that is common, but the problem can be a project. And a project can be really authentic. But the problem can also be a case. And a case history is definitely not necessarily authentic. It is processed from reality. It is mimicking reality, but it does not pretend to be real. So a case is something different than a project. And natural phenomena, things which happen in reality, which can be described, and then you ask students to explain the phenomenon they have observed, that again is a different type of problem. You can collaborate with students in small groups. Very often that is a hallmark of PBL. We work together in small groups. But there are groups of 4 and there are groups of 16. And that makes quite a difference. It's a different type of process. I put, and I think you also put, the self-directed learning, that is the independent learning and the participation. You put those as characteristics. But not everyone is doing that. There are formats of problem-based learning where the teachers take charge. If you take a look at this sheet, then you can see that there are a whole different ways of activating students in small groups to larger groups where you use cases, practice assignments, or simulated games. And what you can see is that the number of groups is increasing as you go along. And you have this axle between the difference between self-directed and teacher-directed. So there are active learning formats which are totally in control from the teacher. And it is only when you look into this, that this is where you have to make your choices. This is where you make your commitment. So if I go back these few steps, this is, I think, an important slide. If you want to work with PBL, you make some assumptions. And very often, these assumptions are left implicit. People do not realize when they commit to PBL, they are committed to an assumption that students are capable of running their own learning process. If you really interview teachers all over the world and you ask them, do you think students in university can be trusted to make the right decisions if they run their own learning process? Many teachers have their doubt. They say, at least we need to make sure they make the right choices. And if they don't make the right choices, we should either give them bad marks, or at least we should have some ways of making sure that the students stay on the right track. So there's tension between this basic assumption of PBL and the beliefs of many people. This is one of the causes for failure of introducing PBL. That is that the basic assumptions are not shared explicitly by all the people involved. And this is an important thing to discuss if you are preparing for a transition process. You really need to go into what do we believe. I've been talking about introducing PBL in China, and one of the things is just below the end, group members need to feel free to speak their mind and to make mistakes. That is an assumption which is crucial for success of PBL. If you have an environment where people are afraid to say something that may not be true, if you have an environment where people are afraid to say something and then the teacher may not agree, there are cultures where it is impossible to disagree with the teacher. You cannot argue with the teacher. And then I tell them, if you do not work with this concept of culture, you cannot introduce problem-based learning. Because the model that we use here is built on this assumption. It is good to make mistakes. It is good to argue. Danish students have no fear in arguing with the teacher. And without any knowledge, they can just say, I don't think you're right when you say that. And yesterday I saw on Google, and that is completely different from what you're saying. But you need that type of arguing to have a successful PBL. And either you need to adapt your PBL model to your own culture, which is of course possible. You can work with problems in a culture which is much more hierarchical, which is more respectful for authority, but then it will be a different type of PBL model. Or you have to work with this culture and show people that that's what I told these people in China. They were aiming to introduce PBL because they felt that their engineers were not creative enough. When they compared to engineers from Western countries, these engineers came with more innovative solutions. And they felt PBL can help us to become more creative. And then I said, it only works if you allow people to make mistakes. Otherwise, you cannot learn to be creative. Yes, Mona?
I'm not going to speak up against the teacher, but I'm just thinking, it just dawns on me that the Republic Singapore, the Republic Polytechnic Singapore model that Klaus told you about yesterday, the one problem per day model, do you remember? Was Klaus talking about that yesterday to you? Yeah. One problem per day. In that model, they have actually created a model, I think, where you do never have an option to disagree with the teacher, because the teacher does not, as such, tell you what you need to do. The teacher just gives her version of the problem solution by the end of the day.
Yeah.
So maybe that's actually very deliberate, taking into consideration that culture.
They have protected themselves against the insecurity of the Western PBL model. They will not have the benefits. They will not have the benefits of the increased creativity. Just the other day I taught someone an exam in architecture I witnessed 20 years ago. There was a girl from Singapore, and she was criticized in this exam, or criticized in the sense that the teachers told her, we have very high expectations from you. We know you have great quality, but you're not showing it. You're always following what other people say. You are never expressing your own opinion. We really want you to speak up for yourself. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was part of her system to be obedient. It was not part of her system to speak her mind. And that is what the Australian architects wanted. That's what they what an architect in a Western country needs to be highly competitive and to speak out and to show how great you are, even putting others down. So if that is not in your culture, you will have a hard time establishing yourself in such a country. Okay, these are some basic assumptions. Also, I said there are different types of PBL, and it does make a difference which PBL you use. Just to name a few. Case-based learning, Harvard. That's the teacher lecturing on a case. In Harvard, they were teaching business administration. They didn't have enough textbooks, or the textbook didn't cover what was happening in practice. And then the teachers decided, we are just going to analyze a case that we have been working on in front of the class. So that is problem-based learning, triggered by a problem, but it's totally teacher-driven. Phenomenon-based PBL, that's where Don Woods started PBL in McMaster in chemistry, because he found out that his students were bored listening to his chemistry lectures, and he gave them some experiments, some things to show. You mix something of the yellow stuff and something of the orange stuff, and then you put some of the black stuff in it, and then boom! So what happens? What causes this? And asking students to try to think, and then someone comes, the yellow stuff, did it smell specifically? And they think maybe he mixed together some ingredients of gunpowder. And they started to think, how does that work? And they have incomplete explanations, but discussing their explanations together brings them very close to a solution, and it allows them to formulate what do we need to know to make sure in order to find out if our explanation works. So one goes out to find out what are the properties of sulfur, because they already came up with that explanation part. And they found out, no, it was something different, what he mixed. But they learn by analyzing their own joint thoughts about this process. That is a PBL process which is highly concentrated, which could be run with one discipline. By the way, Don Woods is one of the founders of problem-based learning from McMaster, and just 3 days ago I heard he passed away. So we lost one of the founders. Problem-based learning spread around the world from McMaster, Maastricht in medicine. There they have developed a very specific model. I'm not going into details here. It suits medicine. It does not necessarily suit all other cases. And project-based learning in Aalborg, it started about at the same time, in the same period in time as Maastricht, slightly after McMaster, but Aalborg had different inspiration in project-based learning. It converges into a model which has much similarities, but the background is different, and the characteristics are different. If you talk about authenticity as one of the hallmarks of PBL, then I can say that that could be true for the Aalborg engineering projects, but it's not true for the medical cases from medicine, from Maastricht and from McMaster. So that all kind of differences. And that means when you start to introduce PBL, it is not like we are going to do PBL and then everyone knows what we are going to do. You need to be much more specific. Now, suppose we are specific. We already chosen the Aalborg PBL model. We are going to use projects because that fits with our profession. Then you have the next problem. How to fit that into the curriculum. You can have a project at the beginning and a project at the end. Project at the beginning teaches students some skills and they will use that in some of the courses. What they learn in some of the courses will be feeding into the project at the end, where they can apply knowledge. So this is a curriculum where there are some isolated projects, but the basis of the curriculum is traditional. This is not a big change. This can be done easily, and teachers who do not like to work with PBL, they can just keep their own course. So this is a low friction model. but yet the effect is also less. This is going one step further. Instead of isolated projects, you have a core of projects which run through the curriculum as a red thread, and all the courses feed into it, and what they learn in the project they can apply in other courses. And this can grow. It can become a project body where there is a more substantial amount of time spent in learning in the projects and less time in specific courses. I think this is built from a different principle, but basically this looks very much like the Aalborg model. There are projects at the center, and they take quite a lot of time. There are always projects, and there are courses flanking that. And this will be the Maastricht model, where there is nothing besides PBL. So this would be quite a difference if you change to this type of PBL. These are some factors influencing the PBL, the implementation process. I'm just taking out one thing. You need to have very clear objectives. You need to know what you're doing, why you are doing it, and you need to be clear on that, and you need to give feedback on that. You need to tell people this is what we are going to achieve, and look, now we have made this important step. For teachers, it is quite a challenge to work in PBL, because you cannot stick to your old traditions of disseminating knowledge. You cannot become a good teacher simply by preparing your lessons well. You can only be a good teacher if you are in open interaction with your audience, if you can listen well, if you can respond to students. Then you can be a source of inspiration. You can offer them guidance and feedback, and don't interfere with their independent learning process. That is very difficult for teachers, because teachers are trained to interfere. So asking a teacher to become a facilitator, to many teachers that feels like they are asking me not to do my job. And that is hard on people. They have learned hard, they have worked hard to qualify as a teacher, and now you're asking them to stop teaching. Well, this is a bit a sidestep, competency-oriented curriculum design. I'm just saying a few words about the traditional model of curriculum design. I labeled that the pizza model because I always imagine that once a year there's a meeting of the professors or the heads of all the departments, and each of them tries to get as big a slice of the pizza as possible. And then each goes home with their own slice of the pizza, and for the rest of the year they don't need to talk to each other. So it is just slicing off your own part of the curriculum. This is how much hours I can teach, and then the curriculum is just made up of the different slices. Yes, Mona?
Yeah, and if only that was the possibility, I mean, if only that was the change what you're now describing, then at least there will still be just 100% pizza once the pieces are fitted together. But what eventually happens is that the teachers take their part of the pizza, and then they go home and they actually increase it considerably, so that by the end of the day, when all the bits and pieces of pizzas are put together in the curriculum, there's a high degree of curriculum overload, and we are overfeeding the poor students who cannot cope and therefore are not at all in control of their own learning. I have a very recent example of that, and it just makes me so angry to see how the students are being completely...
Students are not part of the, not invited to this party.
No.
But you have seen the mouse is invited to the party, and he eats away some of the pizza, so it is missing, and no one noticed that, because there are only these parts. So there are some problems with this traditional model. If you want to redesign the curriculum, then you should focus on the students and the learning process. You should really start to think, what do I want students to learn, and how do I get them to do that? If you want students to be creative designers, you need to put them in a position that challenging them to practice that. If you want students to be slavish repeaters of being able to recite a holy book, then don't put them in discussion groups. Put them in groups where they just learn by heart this holy book. That's a different approach, a different objective. If you're aiming for this PBL model, you need to redefine the role of the teacher, and don't forget to think about your assessment system. If you don't change the exams, then any changes you make in the curriculum will not have the effect you want, because students are very much aware of what you're grading them on. And the curriculum is part of a lifelong learning process. I'm running a little bit. Mona, you have to tell me when I really need to stop.
Yeah, well, you're eating into our coffee break right now.
Okay, if people run away for the coffee, then it's okay.
Another 5 minutes.
That should do it. Very, very brief about the organization of the curriculum. If you look at the traditional curriculum structure, actually it should be on a horizontal line. You have the dean, who is the head of everything, and then you have a horizontal line where you have department A, B, C, and D. But now I put them already on a column to the left, and that is because in the PBL curriculum I built a mirror organization, and that is how the curriculum is organized in subsets, and you have a separate person who is in charge of that. And that means that there is some kind of a tension between how you organize the curriculum in semesters and how you organize the teachers into departments. In the department, it is about knowledge areas. So if you want to change the curriculum and you want to change into PBL, then maybe the head of department C, he will say, no, we're not interested. We want to continue our traditional way of teaching. And in a traditional environment, you cannot just discuss with the head of department C. They have their own teaching, their own slice of the pizza. You really need to get rid of this pizza model and find another way of slicing up the curriculum where you can tell this person, head of department C, if you do not comply, then you are not part of our curriculum. One time this happened in the Netherlands, in a School of Business Administration in Nijmegen. They changed to PBL, and part of their curriculum was courses in law. And the teachers from law came from the faculty of law, and they said, we don't want to be part of a PBL curriculum, we just want to give our lectures the way we always do it, and otherwise we will not teach in your course. And then this head of education of business administration, he managed to get approval from the board from the university. He could hire people from law from Maastricht. And the people from Maastricht from law, they were willing to participate in the PBL program. So he said to the law people from Nijmegen, sorry, we don't need you anymore. We found teachers who have the expertise and they will comply to our model. And only then can you make the change, if you have this kind of authority. As long as you are dependent on the traditional authority of the dean and the departments, changes will be very, unstable. It will very easily go back to the old. So you need to create an organization which reflects the interests in the new curriculum. These are 5 propositions on organizational change. Change takes time. You cannot change overnight. It is a process and it will take time. Awareness is very important, but it is only a first stage in adoption. And this is where you should lay the groundwork for your new curriculum. Different types of change require different strategies. You need to be able to shift strategies. Some parts you can deal with what is called a re-educative strategy, training, explaining, showing people how things work. Sometimes you need to use strategies which apply force. Otherwise, you will not make the full change. And then you get to the point of beliefs, values, what can be taken together as culture. This whole idea of how people work, what makes us unique as people, how we operate, how we relate to each other, how we deal with things like hierarchy or with gender, that differs in cultures. And some of these aspects will have to be part of a change program. So you need to be aware of those things, and then you need to set up a strategy how to deal with it. I think the fifth one sums it up, but maybe the concept is not clear to everyone. Creating change requires taking a systems perspective. You have to realize that if you change something in one classroom, the classroom does not exist in isolation. It is part of a larger system. And the class is part of the system of the educational program. Educational program is part of the system of the university. University is part of the system of the society around it. So everything links together. And you need to be aware of these system properties, because they will give you some constraints, but also some bonuses. So I'll end up with a slide of factors in managing complex change. If you have consensus, skills, incentives, and resources, and an action plan, you have confusion. If you have efficient skills, incentives, and resources, and an action plan, you have sabotage, because you lack the consensus. If you lack the skills, you have anxiety. If you have no incentives, you have resistance. If you have no resources, you have frustration. And if you have no action plan, there is no direction. It's pointless what you're doing. So you all need everything together to make it work. The slide, yeah?
So when are we moving, Eric, to our universities in the south?
When are we moving?
You to our universities in the south.
Why do you want to move me?
Well, we need change.
I'm not change. And to some extent, you could do change much better than I can. So I'd love to work with you, and I'd love to support you in setting up change plans. But the essence of change will have to come from within.
Yeah.
I can only give you pointers. And I can show you some things which have, I mean, it is so nice to learn from errors that other people have made. So there I can be of some assistance. First you and then you.
When you said we have to use force, do you apply force in PPP?
Well, force is not necessarily physical force, but it is some kind of pressure. And I have been involved in this process in Delft in architecture, where there was a faculty of more than 250 people. It is impossible to get consensus with such a big group. There will always be resistance. There will always be people who say, we don't need this change, we don't want this change. And in order to get those people to go along, you need to apply pressure. So you can achieve quite a lot. You can enforce a group of early starters by giving them some extra rewards. But in the end, you need to say, if you're not coming along, there's no place for you in the school. Yeah?
I was actually talking about change yesterday here in connection with Aalborg University. And I said more or less the exact opposite of what you're saying now. Don't apply force. Because, and I don't remember whether we have ever discussed the story of the Faculty of Engineering and Science here in this university, but force was definitely applied to a number of people, leading to a very highly increased admittance of university teachers to the psychiatric program. And I don't necessarily think that's the way to go.
A slide which I do not have in the presentation right now shows that there are 3 different groups of change strategies. It is from an old standard work from Chin and Bennett. And the first one are rational strategies. It is based on this assumption, if I explain everything, then people will finally come along. The second group of strategies is normative re-educative. It means that you have to, well, to change how people see about it, you need to teach them new skills, but then they will come along. And finally, they recognize there are some people or some situations where people will not come along for the rational or the re-educative strategies, and then they use the label power coercive strategies. That does not necessarily mean that people are kicked or beaten when they do not come along, but you do try to use power. You have to order them. You have to tell them, okay, like even if it is a democracy, and there is a minority who says we do not comply to this minority, to the majority decision, at some point in time you have to tell these people, you have to come along or get out. And that is force. And I agree with you, don't use the label force, don't use force too openly. But be aware that power sometimes requires you to take responsibility and to take decisions. So, yeah, I don't think we're very far apart, actually. You was first.
Yeah. If we can just go back to the last slide you had. Now, the last one of change. You're rarely going to have all these things at the beginning. You know,
Yeah.
here I am, I'm traditional. I know I want to end up in PBL. And I will not be at the bottom on the first day with all those boxes.
No.
Which are the important ones to have first? If you are going to focus, where do you start? What is the starting point? Because you won't have everything on day
You
one.
start with the vision, otherwise there's no way to go. Then what you need is to get together a group of people who will carry that. So with the vision you start looking for an action plan. You start looking for resources. If we want this, we need some extra. You need extra money, extra funding, extra time, extra whatever. So in your action plan there will be a trade-off. Where can we find the resources to do this? You ask people to change. You take something away from them. If you have a traditional teacher who is used to get his job satisfaction from standing in front of a classroom and being applauded by the students. And then you tell this person, no, you cannot do that anymore, you have to sit in the back of the class and the students will do the work. They will be frustrated. What kind of incentive can you give to such a teacher to enjoy being a teacher? You can make him coordinator of a semester. That's a different kind of responsibility. It is actually more than just teaching your own class. But you have to dress up those new responsibilities and to make it work. So you need to find out what are the incentives that people really need. It's not just pay. It is very often incentives are attention, admiration, appreciation.
So, wouldn't you start with the action plan? After the action plan?
Yes, I would start with the vision, and then I would do the action plan, and then I would start to look for resources, and then I would figure out how to build the skills. So it's not in a particular, not in the order of this slide.
Sure. Do you work backward or just go up as get rid of confusion?
Yes.
But the action plan, I think, comes first.
No, you first need the vision. Otherwise, what is the action plan about if you don't have a vision?
Then do you go to frustration, or where do you now go?
Well, mostly confusion. Okay, but you were there, and then I go to you.
Mine builds on what Madara was saying, that you can't have change in one day, so you can't expect to have everything in that last slide.
Yeah.
So I think for most of our universities in the South, you showed us a few models, and I think one of them really applies to what would work for us, where the people interested, or the people in this room, if they're interested in implementing PBL, would take their courses and do it that way.
Yeah.
Then eventually students talk, there will be something extra about the students who come out of your class, and then more and more people will get on board and they would want to do it, and eventually you get to a place where you can now institute complete change, I think.
Okay, and then you, and then I think we need to finish.
Yeah. I'm referring to Mona's presentation yesterday, and there was a 7-year existence in implementing PBL here. And it it even reflected on the graduates who are not accepted because they were questioning the process of that approach. Now, I'm looking at it in terms of the costs implication and then the basic considerations. Are they system-based or are they learner-based? Who initiates the PBL process?
I think that's a very good question, because there is a possible source for confusion. Running PBL is an education system, so it is initiated from the side of the teachers. It is a plan that the teacher makes, how do you say, exploiting the fact that students learn better when they feel that they are in control of their own learning process. When people are self-driven, their motivation is higher. Their learning process is more efficient. But actually, in a PBL environment, the teacher tries to create a situation with a specific purpose in mind. So in the end, it is teacher-driven. Yes?
But there are two more important stakeholders in this, in your question, Philip. Because yes, it can be teacher-driven, but then it will be much, as Lillian is describing, a couple of teachers maybe getting together to do something interesting, but it doesn't really change the system as such. It's not at a systemic level, it's not at an institutional level. Okay. So there's also the institutional level, and the vision that we're talking about here, I think, is a vision that somehow needs to come from the top management in a certain sense. But also, there's another driving force here, which nowadays are the employers.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things that I'll be saying later on today is, for example, World Bank is nowadays recommending problem-based learning for countries of the South. And at the time when we were struggling, Philip, you have to remember that problem-based learning was completely new and unknown to everybody in society, including the employers, including the engineering association. But nowadays, problem-based learning is so much more talked about that everybody seems to think that, oh, we should probably do problem-based learning, except, like Eric said, what is it? They do not necessarily know, and why do you want to do it? They do not necessarily know. So I don't think that if anyone wants to change to problem-based learning today, they would definitely not come up against that same type of external resistance from society that I mentioned yesterday for the case of Aalborg University.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that. And one of the things I left out of this presentation because of lack of time is a section on PBL as an educational philosophy. And that is developing the vision. And PBL is not just, how do you say, a bag of tricks. It needs to be aligned with a vision on your profession, what you're training for, a vision on society. You have a specific society that you want to train engineers for, and that will be different engineers in your universities in Africa than if you were talking about a university in Denmark. So that needs to be part of your vision. And then your vision on education needs to be part of these three visions to support your educational philosophy. And they need to be aligned. There need to be a balance between these three types of visions. And that is really very important if you start designing a new curriculum. Yeah, one last.
Yeah, well, thank you for the last two questions. I'm just wondering, implementing PBL in the Global South. Now, if you say it's teacher-centered, that is going to take a different dimension. I'm also thinking, could it not be also student-centered?
I would say that the student-centered PBL model is most effective in training the kind of engineers and doctors and professionals that society needs, because it is training people to become independent thinkers. For me, that is the most important objective of university education. You don't want people who are capable of reciting a whole book. That is an accomplishment, but it is not the objective of higher education, for me.
The other issue is that I think we would appreciate your slides, since
I will send some to Mona.
Yes, I was just going to say that if you could please send your slides, send them to Morten. If you
Okay,
can
I
do that
will.
straight away, Erik, then you can send them to Morten and he can print them out and we can actually get them.
I will do it before I leave.
So if you can do that before you leave. And then I think I'll have to cut the discussion now because
Yeah.
we are already half an hour late, so you won't get your coffee and tea and you have the next speaker sitting here waiting. So of course you will get your coffee and tea is down here, so please get up from your places now and grab a cup of coffee and a cup of tea, and then once you are all settled again with your coffee tea, then you can ask our next presenter to go on. Because he's a very busy master student, so he will present his thesis very shortly, so he doesn't have time to stay ready for us as
Yes.
Well, I think that people would prefer to have it through their mailing list rather than printed, so we could just get Ines and that of Harris and then forward to the mailing list.
Okay, that's also
Yeah. I'm so sorry that I've taken too much of your time.
No,
It shows just that I'm...
Thank you very much for coming back.
Soft is better. We're already over it.
So
I don't mean our customs.
Yeah. This was good.
So please, coffee and tea is down here in the back.
Ask people don't call me that. They're the ones who insist. Then when they insist, they not say Prof. Madam, which is even worse.
Setup is okay, but down here I find it very weird because there are many other programs who didn't know.
Not true. Even there. Even there, not.
Oh, a couple.
To change. For this. I said you don't have to change. I'm part of it. I'm a believer.
Yes, now we know we have to take that to the next level.
You still have a lecturer. With this. Yes.
Yeah, and then reading.
Start from there.
Commas.
Yes. Yeah.
Start a jingle.
New paragraph.
New paragraph.
Yeah. And there is a copy of Klaus's presentation yesterday, just for your information. This is the one. Was this George's
Yes.
place? Yeah. But then, as you just heard now, we also send it by mail.
Okay, thank you.
So you're taking master.
My internet is not on, I don't know why.
Your internet is not there.
It's not.
Have you tried this?
No, it's not really connecting because when you do this, for instance, the one over here, it's supposed to be indicating here. Like this one. So it has that mark, then that's when you can.
Yes, I'll forward that.
But the other one can't be. So even if you try, you cannot get access points to put in.
What about the surrounding of an organism? Is it not like even the bacteria? It has the surrounding an environment.
It is still
Yeah, there's lecturers. So while class now, tomorrow we
So that means
it's
this
very
is just
strange.
where
So it doesn't give you the template for interview.
Did you do it yesterday?
Yesterday I was fine.
It's something about it's still
you too. Welcome to us.
Hello everybody.
I was.
Then maybe you should have left us with the same password.
Yeah, but that's not something that is modern centrally. So, hey Thomas. What do we do? Do I sit up and get my inside out? I mean, like if
but she's not working outside.
see what it says is troubleshooting if you have used so this is a problem. Try to that's all I can say. I don't know more about it. Hvad siger du? Jeg var lige herude i mandags. Og jeg har en mail, hvad hedder det, en telefonbesked fra mig. Så jeg kan tidspunkt på aften, som jeg opdagede kl. 11, så synes jeg ikke, det er
Fordi nu taler de om at lave et eller andet UNESCO-kabelle sammenskriv, som kan tilbud til UNESCO.
Hvor mange sammenskriv har vi lavet til?
Jeg skal ikke nu det jeg bare tænker på, det skrev jeg lige rundt, det var at det på Henrik er lidt lige på den der Ila MB.
Jo, Henrik.
Er det ikke sådan lidt frækt?
Altså ham kan det ikke bare lige sådan.
Har jeg smidt rundt? Altså det skrev jeg rundt, og jeg skrev, det har jeg altså ikke forstand på.
Nej, det kan de ikke. Altså, KU mener selv, at de har et meget, meget stærkt miljø, og de har været ind over PFH, og i hvert fald været ind over hvad de har med de andre platforme. Men det kan de jo ikke bare sige. Altså ligesom Lone eller Linde, hun hele tiden skal samarbejde med Lone på BBL-siden, så skal de sgu også samarbejde med KU.
Ja, nu er det jo lidt blevet foreslået, så I to sammen.
Ja,
det skal være lidt farligt. Det var der nogle andre, der lige måtte stilling til. Jeg skrev det bare rundt, at du skulle læse på at løbe ham over under. Fordi ja, så også lidt fordi, at jeg har det efterhånden så at jeg ved at de der af vores spidser, som sidder på toppen, så er jeg træt af Lene Lange, også, som hele tiden bare sådan lige chipper ind en lille smule, en lille smule, kan I det, og så gør vi, og så sker der ikke en skid. Så vi gør det noget rigtigt supporteret fra højeste sted. Men jeg har ikke haft tid til at se det der, og jeg er ikke super i gang med at få tid til at sejle. Jeg skal ud og sejle på fredag, og så skal jeg være væk fra de e-mailer. Det var dejligt. Ja, nu slår jeg det op for det.
Thomas, du ved godt, at du ikke er på programmet uden os. Vi har
jo
2 programmer, vi har 2 programmer.
Ja, jeg sidder bare lidt stille. Det var bare, jeg tænkte, i stedet for bare at lukke op i det.
Ladies and gentlemen, as soon as you have your tea, can I please ask you to take your seats again, so that we can carry on? I have headhunted or kidnapped or whatever you want to call it, Felix away from his work, and I don't want to be responsible for him not passing this exam because he has to stand here waiting for us getting our acts together. So if you can I told you shortly before that it happened all by pure incidents, and I'm very, very happy to be able to present to you a Ghanaian student from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Ghana, who is now doing his master's studies here in Aalborg University. So we have a live example of those students that you were talking about before when you were talking about introducing PBL within your own universities. Felix will be able to give you a lot of information on how it is for an African student to accommodate to PBL. But as I said, he's now in the process of doing his master's thesis, so he's busy. We should not keep him too long. I have asked Felix to say a bit about what he's doing, what is his project about, and how is he going about it. And then I've also asked him to please present some views on how it was as an African student coming from an African learning environment to coming to Aalborg University. Felix, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for coming.
All right. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Felix Dongo from Ghana, and I'm doing my master's here. I'm doing environmental sciences. So I'm in my final semester working on my thesis. Previously I did a semester internship that was with UNEP in Germany, Bonn. So what I worked on migrant species, that's biodiversity. So what we were doing was migratory birds between Africa and Europe. Over the years, their numbers have been declining. So we're working on to see what could possibly be the challenges that could have been resulted in the decline of these migrant birds. And that's what I did for last semester. And one of the issues we found out was that their habitat was being destroyed due to the use of wood fuel. People were moving into the nature reserves where the birds normally come and then use the nature reserves as their habitat. But then because our population was increasing, people were resorting to the use of wood fuels from nature reserves because the supply of wood was decreasing. And so initially they were not supposed to get inside, but now people were going there and then cutting the trees. So my final semester project now is on alternatives to wood fuel. And I was in Ghana for about 3 weeks. I came yesterday afternoon and I accidentally bumped into Mona Lisa. And I'm looking at alternatives which will be viable to be used to replace wood fuel, which is the predominant source of fuel in households in Ghana, especially in the rural areas. The government of Ghana was trying to shift people from use of wood fuels onto gas, but then the price is such that in the rural areas it's difficult for people to pay for them and then use these ones. So I was with the Energy Commission of Ghana, and then I also went to the rural areas to see how people were using wood fuel. Currently, some of the alternatives which could be viable, there is a local polytechnic called Kumasi Polytechnic, which is going into production of solar cooking stoves. But then the challenge with the cooking stoves is that they cannot be used throughout the day because they need a high level of radiation. And then, so in the nights, people cannot use these ones. Aside that, on cloudy days, they cannot be used. So then these ones can be used as in complement to other alternatives. And these alternatives include briquettes. In Ghana, we do a lot of sawdust. So the sawdust comes from production of timber. And these are not used for anything. So these could be used for briquettes. The briquettes are much denser compared to the charcoal. Apart from that, the production technique for the briquettes, it's much more efficient. The traditional production technique in Ghana wastes about 30% of the wood which is used in the production of the charcoal. But in the production of the briquettes, we use over 90% so that it's more sustainable. Then, government is also trying to now make the LPG more available in the rural areas. But then to do that, that means road access to the rural areas also has to improve because it's an additional cost for people to go into the rural areas of Ghana because the road network is very bad for them and they don't want an additional cost. This additional cost would then be passed on to the rural areas. So if that is to work, then we also have to improve the road access and also maybe subsidies for the rural environment. So this is what I've been working on so far. And now I come to PBL. So for the differences I can say with respect to PBL, first of all, I'll say that it has greatly enhanced my communication and interpersonal skills. The reason I'll say is that most of the time the criticism for we scientists is that the things that we do, we cannot communicate it effectively to the policy makers so that they will also understand and make the necessary changes with respect to policy so that our recommendations will have the effect that they should have on the ground. So with PBL, what I can say is that it's like a bridge between the classroom and then reality on the ground. Because I'll be working with an issue that I'm very much interested in, and aside that, it's also multidisciplinary. So as I deal with people from different corners and different disciplines, I can better relate and communicate with them. That's the first point. So last semester when I was with UNEP in Bonn, this helped me in that I had to author a document for UNEP for different stakeholders. It was on migrant beds, but then we have to think of the business community, how they would see migrant beds. And with migrant beds, we use them as a way of publicity. So Lufthansa, for example, will use a migrant bed as, you know, if you see Lufthansa, they use, I think, a crane as its logo. That's for the businessman. That's what he's looking at, how you sell and then make money. And then we also have to look at stakeholders who are coming in the future, like children, how children will see biodiversity, how someone who is not in school, has not been to school, will also get to understand biodiversity. That means we are linking biodiversity with people's livelihoods so that they will understand it and then appreciate it more. So I would say it has improved my communication and interpersonal skills. And that also has to do with building social capital. With the PBL, another thing is because we are normally in groups and dealing with an issue, you also have to debate your view, because as someone is bringing his view, you're also bringing your view, whose view will be accepted. It depends on who debates better. So it has also enhanced my debating skills. Then initially I used to see the teacher as the ultimate, you know, before, but after, as the ultimate guide. Sure, thanks. So, for example, in my first degree, anything the lecturer would say, I would say, yeah, it's the final, it's the final. But you know, now that it's more in the PBL section, I've come to appreciate peer reviews too, so that my peers can equally give me very good inputs aside what my lecturer. I do respect the fact that the lecturer has a lot of knowledge, which you all do, and I appreciate that. But I've also come to appreciate that of side by side, my peers giving me very good feedback. PBL, because I'm dealing with practically with something that has also enhanced my confidence. When I finished my first degree, I wanted to have a small NGO back in Ghana. But then because I've dealt more with the theory aspect, I wasn't really sure I would be able to do it much. But that has changed over the years as I've dealt with the issue practically. So when I was in Ghana, one thing I did was to go to the Register General and collect forms to register this NGO. Because now I'm very confident of what I'm doing, and I know I can do it after school. So after school I want to go to establishing this NGO. Another issue is practical skills. In the third semester, for example, we are advised to go and work with campaigns. So in my third semester, whilst working with UNEP, it very much helped me with my research skills. And for example, during my first degree, I had to very much rely on my lecturer to help me get a research topic. But it was very different now, because I already had my research topic before the final semester, and when I presented it was approved, which is what I'm working on. That's what I'll say the PBL has also helped me with, because you are dealing with it, then you can anticipate, or you can anticipate like what you should be doing next, and that also helps with your leadership skills. Before I went to Ghana, I had like a plan B, just in case what I had intended to do with respect to the stakeholders I'll be visiting, the areas I'll be going to, if I will have a challenge. I had a plan B, just in case those didn't work out, what I'll be doing next. Those are the few issues I would like to share with you, but then just in case, it's been very brief, because probably you have a question, and then that will help me clarify some more. Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions for Felix?
Yes. You know, this aspect of knowledge, wouldn't you say that actually in the process of doing a project, you have more knowledge than the teachers, because you work so closely with the project that much more than teachers would be doing. So in a way, at the end of a project, that's my feeling, that students very often know more in detail. But I don't know if you dare admit that.
Thank you. But if you know, you'll be talking on relative terms. If you say you know more than the lecturer, because
about the topic.
Yeah, about the topic that I'm doing.
Yeah.
You see, that means I'm focusing on the minute aspects. But then he has more of a bird's eye view of the whole thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So it's difficult for me to say I know more than him, because once I'm looking at it from this perspective, he's also looking at it from another perspective.
Yeah.
So that's something it's relative.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's relative. I can't. But sure, if I focus on something, I'm going to get a lot of knowledge in it. But then compared to somebody else, it's a totally different issue altogether. Yeah.
Is about alternative energy.
Sure.
There is the issue of getting energy out of fuel. Some two Nigerian girls did research and they built a generator which can be used to maybe tap power from urine. And I think it works. And there are many other alternative sources of energy. China also, maybe you've read about it. It has 90% rural electrification. So maybe we could borrow and supply that knowledge to the policy makers. And back at home in Uganda, we have the hydroelectricity. I don't know whether donors can help the build sites, and our electricity is going to be built and will help in rural electrification, so that Woodfield is not used that much. And I environment, the trees are not destroyed. And also about the migrant birds. I think there are times when they're in Europe, there are times when they are in Ghana. So maybe there could be a collaboration between those who have the money in Europe, maybe gazette a place where the migrant birds can go to, because you'll have studied the pattern of their migration, such that the habitat is reserved. Because if it's not reserved, I think they'll not go to Africa anymore. Even in Ghana, they were, I think, poisoning them at the coast.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, there are stories about that. Let us not go into. I don't have much to say. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, thank you. Please let me react to this one. The area is where they go in Ghana. It's an important bird area, so it's already reserved. But the challenge is with increasing population, the demand for fuel becomes more. Because it becomes more, then people now move into the reserve and then take the fuel. So as they cut the trees, then they reduce the habitat for these birds. And migrant birds have peculiar challenges with respect to their habitat. They are such that, because they don't stay at a particular place, if you destroy anything, they are very sensitive to small changes in their habitat because they don't stay there all the time. So small changes in their habitat can have very bad effects on them. That's why it's having much more influence on the migrant birds than the birds which are dormant in the area. And then on the issue of donors, yeah, it's good we have donors, but then another recommendation which we would like to see is that like appropriate technology, that people look within, because the challenge is Ghana was doing this, had some donor funded projects with cook stoves, etc. But when supply from donor sources dwindled, it affected the progress of those programs. So then this one is another recommendation is that we rather look within, maybe appropriate technology, and then the other, as you mentioned, you said a Nigerian was doing something from UN. Okay, so those who, thank you. So those who are doing things locally, then they are supported, so that because they are doing the things locally, then they are going to use local resources. So in the end, it will have a spillover on other sectors.
I just wanted to ask, with regard to the PBL, coming from a background where, like you say, teachers or lecturers are the ultimates, how long did it take you to adjust to the new system, and are you lost for a very long time, or did you just pick up and...
Okay, thank you. Initially I was lost. Yeah, I was lost. So I think I recovered towards the end of the semester.
Okay.
Towards the end of the semester before I recovered. But it's also because I had to, like I explained, I had to improve my social skills and talk to those who have been here before and understood it to help me understand it more. I have a friend from Botswana. She's also lost now.
So you're helping her.
So helping her understand.
Okay, it's like you set up your mind on what you want to do if you go back to Ghana. Assuming you landed back at Kumasi University.
Come again, assuming?
You went back to
You went
Kumasi.
back.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah.
As a lecture.
Yeah. You haven't finished. Assuming.
The question is hanging.
How did you finish?
Would you?
I can't, sorry, I don't.
The question is hanging.
I'm saying, you happen to go back to Ghana.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you get a job at Kumasi University.
Okay.
Yeah.
What will you do with PBL?
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, you left him hanging.
So, yeah, what would I do with PBL? That I would talk to my dean that our students should have more of practical work too. Maybe then I also have to make the initiative and talk to some companies locally so that our students can be coming over maybe vacation time. They come and work with them so that they get the practical experience, so that it's not only what we are learning in class, but then they can also get these practical experiences locally.
And one more bit of information on that. Thomas Huga, who's sitting there, is a Danish project coordinator, together with Daniel, I forgot his last name, from University, from Klust University, on another DSU project under the platform for growth and employment to develop a PBL-based blended mode master curriculum for aquaculture. So PBL and e-learning / blended mode learning will be introduced to Knust, even without Felix intervention. Because it would be wonderful if Felix goes back to Knust and also tries to work on that.
Okay, so that's a recommendation for you.
Yeah. And also, our faculty dean was at Knust and met all the heads of departments and deans and their rectors, and she also gave a presentation on how PBL and e-learning could be as agents of change, and how that could be mainstream into dissemination of knowledge and communication of research finding. And there was a need that was as a result of the fact that this application was sent. So there is a great need for it in Knust.
Okay.
I think even if it is implemented without you being there, it would be nice to also just go back. Sometimes as students, when it comes from the teacher, you tend to think that they're just talking about this abstract idea. But when there's someone who has gone through it, giving you the experiences and what it is they went through, and yes, you understand you can be lost, and so it would be nice that even if you don't land back in the university, just make a visit to talk to the students about it and if it is actually implemented.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So do you think students in general have some leverage or power for making changes? To what extent can students be change agents vis-a-vis the system? Do they have a better chance than staff?
Okay, I would say not better than staff. They don't have a better chance. That's what I think than staff. But they also have the opportunity to lobby the staff.
Yeah.
And then lobby the heads of the university. Because the students are also a stakeholder group in the university setup. That's what. But then the students first have to buy into the PBL. They have to accept that this is something we want.
Yeah. Yeah.
So after they've accepted that we want this, then they can go ahead and champion it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we have instances, for example, at our university, where if you just went the PBL way, a lot of students who don't understand what it is will say they have not been taught for the whole semester.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you need to get them to understand and to buy in, like he says, that
Yeah.
this is something we want, this is something we think is important. Then it makes it easier to change the system.
But that is definitely also possible to make students buy into it.
Yes.
I have examples of that.
Yes, it's possible.
But I completely agree. Of course, students are resistant to change just like staff.
Yeah.
I think I'd like to stop the discussion here now. I have invited Felix for lunch with us in the canteen, so there will be chances to talk with him later on. And Felix, thank you so very, very much for coming along with such a short notice. I'm so happy that you've been here. Thank you very much. And then I have just decided, without even involving Hanana and Inger, who are also part of the program, that we'll make a change of program, because we'll take Thomas and the synergies between e-learning and problem-based learning now, and then we'll take my presentation on whether PBL is actually useful for African universities, and then the following discussion, because we have already touched upon that discussion several times today. So I think it's better that we include also the e-learning and the blended mode learning into that discussion. So we'll take Thomas's presentation now, and then afterwards we'll switch on to whether PBL is such a good idea for African universities, and then we can have the follow-up discussion and try to sort of conclude on that. So Thomas, over to you, please. And please introduce yourself. When I try to make introductions to people, I miss.
I'll be happy to. I think it was just turned off, the projector, so I just, yeah.
You turn it on again.
Let's see if Morten just turned it off. No, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Nobody moves. Let's see, something is happening. I should be able to say something about myself though without having the slides, I hope. So, well, I'm a professor MSO in the Department of Communication and Psychology, and I'm sitting in a research center called eLearning Lab, Center for User-Driven Innovation, Learning and Design, and also I am a member of the PBL Academy here in Aalborg University. It's coming on now, so there we go. I hope we, yes. So I have different hats, so to say. So what I'm going to share a bit with you today, I actually just added ICTs as an agent for change, as somebody mentioned. I think that's an important point, and probably that was our dean's point, that in many ways ICTs and incorporating technologies can be stepping stone towards actually rethinking the pedagogy. Because it's not really about the technology, I should say. It's not only about putting in new technology in the teaching or in the classroom or online. It's really about trying to also initiate a pedagogical change. I'll just say a bit about eLearning Lab and how we work PBL and network learning. And then I think you've heard a lot about PBL, so I won't go too much into that. I'll give some historical background to e-learning. I think that's actually good, and talk a bit about current trends and challenges and opportunities and potentials for the Credis Uber project. So at any time, just feel free to interrupt and comment or ask questions or whatever. So just to say very briefly about eLearning Lab, it came about in 2000, I think. I was hired in 2003. But it's a research center with approximately 25 researchers and PhD students. Like this department, it's very international. We have PhD students from India, Thailand, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Germany, Ghana, and many different places actually. We do research within education, health, e-governance, business, and it's very much about how ICT can support these various areas and change them. So ICT, network learning and collaboration, user-centered design, user-driven innovation. So some of these ideas, some of the fundamental thinking in e-learning lab is really that we do not usually come as experts and tell people how to do things, but we'd rather work and collaborate together with people on how to make things happen. And I think that's an enormously helpful approach in many ways, because PBL or e-learning is not just about adopting a particular model, it's about really sort of developing something which is locally sustainable in many ways. Just to say a bit about how we've worked with ICT, we've been working in a number of projects, SUDESCA, VISCA, BOANET, ELAC, Asian University for Women, all of international and European supported projects about how to change pedagogy and how to work with ICT and learning how to implement PBL. This is a picture from Thailand where we are co-developing courses together with environmental engineers and trying to think about how can we use technology towards creating a more learner-centered pedagogy, a more PBL-oriented pedagogy in a sense. Because once again, it's not only about implementing the technologies, it's really about changing the pedagogy. And here are some examples of some of the PhD projects. Apana is writing about women users and how they can be empowered to learning to use the internet, a very relevant topic in many countries, I think. Informal learning for rural areas, mobile learning for education and PBL environments. In Thailand, we have a collaboration with Mae Falun University where they're trying to implement PBL as well. And also we have Samuel from Ghana, who is actually working with a project on how to redesign a course into blended learning. He is taking up a writing and communication skills course, and he is working on how to transform that into a blended format. And he's working very closely with the teachers on how to facilitate that change. So he's a very interesting. He is writing up his thesis now, so hopefully it will be available soon. I'm not going to say very much about PBL. I think you've seen this slide already a few times about problem-based learning based on real-life problems, organizing projects and group work. I think I just like these pictures because I think they show something about. I mean, this is often the very traditional thinking about education, that it's about having a big or large body of knowledge and then testing that knowledge to some extent. Whereas in PBL, the idea is more that the learner is in center, and it's about producing new knowledge, solution, theories and methods. So it's about knowledge creation in a sense, and not only acquisition, so to say. And also that learning is really an enterprise of the students. It can be driven by the students in many ways. Yes. So just to say a few words about e-learning or technology-enhanced learning, online learning, whatever we call it. It comes all the way back from the 60s actually. Where we started with computer-based training, really simple programs where people could read some stuff on the screen, they could answer some questions. If they answered wrong, they could sort of go back. So it was a sort of quizzes and so on that was implemented in the machines. Micro worlds came later. Seymour Papert talked about how important it was to use technology not only as something to test people and teach people, but as a playground, as a toy, as something to enable construction. And that's also becoming very fashionable again. A lot of people are talking about how we should implement technological skills in primary schools, how students should be able to build and create technologies and programs and so on. There's been a lot of focus on what is called computer-supported collaborative learning. Not only having a machine to a student and letting the student learn from that, but really trying to support collaboration between people. How can we enable people to work together across distances? That has been a very influential area as well. in the 2000s, we also saw virtual learning environments, learning management systems. I suppose many of you would have a learning management system in your university, like Moodle or Sakai or something. These really came about in the 2000s. They were seen as ways of implementing new pedagogies. That's very interesting, because nowadays they're really sort of looked at or frowned upon, because they're seen as embedding an old-time pedagogy of transfer. Whereas when they came about, the idea was really to enable collaboration and discussion among students. That was sort of the idea about it, but the actual implementation has become less so. Also, within the last few years, last 7 years, something like that, 8, 9, I'm getting too old, I think. We've seen actually the emergence of what is often called Web 2.0 or social media. Things like Facebook, YouTube, technologies which are user-driven in many ways. That's where the system really doesn't do that much. It doesn't provide any content. It's the user who actually drives the service, such as Facebook or YouTube. We've seen the emergence of personal learning environments. And there are different kinds of theoretical or learning oriented thinking behind these initiatives. I won't go too much into that. But to say a bit about how ICT is often used for e-learning or for learning, well, one view is really content delivery. That's often how people think of e-learning. It's a way of providing students with resources like videos, material, books, and so on, which they can then look at, can read it, and then we can have a bit of quizzes or other ways of testing whether students have sort of gained the knowledge that was intended through the course. And that's a very large part of e-learning of today. Many of the open universities, Open University UK, have actually courses where you can enter and read material in your own pace whenever you want to, and then graduate the course somehow along the line. So it's very flexible in many ways. But it also has severely large dropout rates because there's no interaction. It's very much up to the individual student actually to be self-regulated, motivated, and so on. And this is where what PBL can really help to initiate and have this sort of motivation that you're dependent on others, you're working with others, you have a project that you're pursuing. I don't know if any of you have heard about MOOCs. MOOC. That's a big word within educational technology at the moment. I'll come back. Massive open online courses. I'll come back to that a bit later. Well, Stanford and Harvard and all the big universities have actually entered the fray of MOOCs and they're providing courses online for free. At least, that's the idea. But also, one can actually try to facilitate other modes of learning, conferencing and communication. So it's not only about consulting material, but really about enabling dialogue between people. Have them discuss, have them build knowledge together, have them work together and collaborate. And more we're seeing more online, flexible and distributed ways of using technologies for learning, which is very interesting, where it's not only one learning system, but really a mash up between different kinds of services and tools that are used to support students in their learning. So in a way, network learning is much broader than just distance education. We often think of distance education when we talk about e-learning, but it's also face-to-face work mediated by technology. It could be blended learning, where some learning is happening on campus, some learning is happening online, or it could be fully online programs. And really, as it indicated in the beginning, ICT is often an opportunity to rethink and create new forms of participant-directed learning. Because when you start to experiment with something, you suddenly get the opportunity to rethink how you're doing things. At least that's a principle. And just to say a few words about two overarching schools of views within the whole e-learning sector. It's really broadcast and discussion are sort of two pathways in a sense. Broadcast is very much about providing students with material and flexibility for self-regulated learning, video lectures, material quizzes, so you can do it in your own pace, which obviously has some positive sides. But on the other hand, there's a problem with engagement and actually engaging students in more active learning. And that's more the discussion point of view, that you need to get people together, to work together, learn together, facilitate learning activities, dialogue, project work, participant-directed learning. So some of the ideas of why to actually do this is because it's, I didn't actually put that, because it's considered better learning in many ways when people learn to and from each other. But it's also, it really helps mitigate the dropout rates. It takes a lot of effort and motivation to go through an online course completely on your own. It does happen, but there are large dropout rates. And for instance, the much bespoken MOOCs, which are the word of 2012, the completion rate, it's called an enormous success. And some of the courses have 100,000 students that go through courses. But the actual completion rate is about 7 to 10%, which would not be called a success in a regular university. But also, why we should think about this is really to avoid the reproduction of transmission that actually the sort of the funnel into the head. And also, I think it's very important to have in mind the development of ICT competences or literacies in both students and faculty. That ICT is actually a tool that we need to cope with, we need to master it, we need to understand it, we need to work with it in many ways, in many aspects of life. And I think as a side argument, at least for both students and faculties, it is rather important to develop these ICT competences. How many of you have heard about social media and Web 2.0? All, or is Facebook pervasive? Are all the students using Facebook?
Most of them.
No. It's the whole wave of what is called Web 2.0, the second version of the internet. It's really about these kinds of technologies, blogs where people can write their own online diary or discuss. Researchers use it to share their views, others can comment. Wikis, I guess we all know Wikipedia as an example of a really user-driven technology. If somebody had asked 2 years before Wikipedia was invented whether it would be possible to actually create an online encyclopedia, nobody would have believed in the idea, I think. But actually it has turned out that Wikipedia is alive and thriving, and it's actually driven by people, you could say, by participation and a bottom-up approach. And that's the whole conceptual idea behind the Web 2.0 wave, is really that you have a lot of technologies or services which are driven by the users rather than a center, in a sense. So like YouTube, where people can upload videos and many other services. But these tools also come with some ideas. I mean, how should they be implemented within learning? It's very much about learner-centered, collaborative learning, going going to active students, supporting dialogues, interaction. So a lot of these ideas that have been really part of progressive education for a long time has sort of had a rebirth of renaissance in a sense. So in many ways what we're seeing at the moment is that we're moving from more hierarchical structures, very much based or focused on courses and topics, towards more student-centered. So we're also seeing how can we actually support the students in retrieving and contacting other resource persons and resources on the internet? How can we support them in collaborating with others? How can we help them to find relevant resources and projects to work with? And also very much about changing the role of the students from being sort of a passive consumer of knowledge, e.g. just going into a course and reading what's there, towards actually becoming co-producers in the courses. Imagine maybe you say to students, you have 100 students, we'll try all of you to find relevant resources within this area. And suddenly you have 100 people collecting and gathering resources for the common good in a sense. So encouraging the exchange and sharing of knowledge and really trying to I think of students as peers that can teach each other, as we heard Felix also say earlier. And this is all, in a sense, fueled by the new kind of internet, where we all have our own profiles. We have our own home places, like Facebook, where we have a profile, we have our network. And these networks are interesting in the sense that we can all the time listen to what are others doing, what are they engaging in. We can connect with a multitude of people. We can create different kinds of networks. Facebook might be very much about friends, but you can create other networks which are for professional knowledge sharing or for learning. And it really enables new ways of connecting and communicating with people. And that is also an interesting way where knowledge and content is really aggregated and curated by groups of people. If you go online, Wikipedia as an example, and other examples are social bookmarking pages where people share their best web pages and so on. So we certainly have a lot of different networks we can connect to all the time, and we can help the students also connect to relevant clusters of people. I think that will be something which is very important. It's not only to teach students certain things, but actually enabling them to find knowledge on their own, and not only knowledge, but relevant resource persons, relevant networks. And that's very important for us as well, as researchers, as scholars, to actually be able to locate where are different groups and clusters of people who are working with something that I'm working with as well. And how can I contribute to that? We're seeing new kinds of collaboration, of ways of working together are being enabled suddenly. I think Wikipedia is a very good example. Suddenly you have technologies where, in principle, 1,000 people together can edit a document. It's often called the wisdom of crowds. I'm not sure it's always the wisdom, but at least the idea that many people can contribute to something together. If you know Google Docs, these are online documents where you can write together at the same time. And actually, you can put up a Google Doc and have 500 people collaborating on putting together a manifesto or a paper on something, which is very interesting. It enables really new kinds of networks and collaborations to emerge. So it's from what we've been used to is really to mainly be working in smaller groups, or maybe a network of people where you sort of walk in and out of the collaboration. But where it has been sort of easy to see who's part of this and who's not. And now we're seeing sort of more strange ways of collaboration or cooperation emerging, where we suddenly work with larger and more complex masses of people. I just put in some examples. Wikipedia is one of them. If you know Twitter, I'm not sure how. It's very popular in the media in Denmark, but actually only a few people use it in practice, but it's very much cited. But Twitter is a very strange service where you just write, I can show you how many know Twitter. Just a few. Yeah, I'll just show you. Because it's a very strange thing. And I'll just show you why it's interesting. This is Twitter. Twitter is about composing small tweets. You're limited to 140 characters, so you can't write that much, something only like an SMS. And you can write whatever you want, and then the whole world can see it. Or at least those who follow you. I have 692 people following me, so whenever I tweet something, 692 will be able to see it. Well, it's public, so everybody will be able to see it. So what's the idea of this? It's a way of building a network, because I also follow people. Let's see. I'll try to show you some of the people I follow. Well, this is the Center for Digital Humanities. This is a master student. Also a master student, Sonja Livingstone. She's a very famous European researcher within youth and technology. School teacher, random stuff. Colleague, comedian, author, something about gender and toys. This is someone from Sweden, PhD student in art history. So you see, you can actually build a network. You can connect to many different people. And whenever I click my home button, I can see all of their tweets. So I can just see these small blurbs or tweets that they have. And why is that interesting? Well, it's also only interesting if you follow people who are interesting. So I try to follow researchers and people who are working with technology and learning, and I get awful lot of information that way. It's made in, and I can also interact, of course. But the idea is really that you compose your own network. You compose your own, yes, network is the best word. And I really get a lot of information from this. I can't really follow it all the time because it updates very fast, usually. But if I follow different researchers, I get a lot of call for papers, conferences, blog posts, paper recommendations, and all these kinds of things just come into this stream, if you will. And also what is very interesting is actually that you can group these. Let's see, I think there must be an ICT for E, maybe. Let's see. So if you use this little, it's not a code actually, but it's this sign, a hashtag, and then just something invented, ICT for D, ICT for development. Well, then you see actually tweets from all people in the world who are tweeting about this. So it's just a way of organizing. So you can actually organize around these hashtags. And these could be educational, it could be climate. Let's see. Climate change. It can be all kinds of stuff. It's just used as a way of organizing a conversation. As you see, this is a very strange pattern of collaboration which we haven't really seen before in a way, because this could be from all over the world, and it's an interesting way, and it really gained a lot of during the Occupy movement in New York. There was a lot of Twitter activity around that. In Iran, there were some upheavals, and that was also on Twitter. So suddenly, big movements and flash activities, something which bursts up for a short period of time and then maybe disappears again, becomes sort of a focal point. So we're seeing how technology can actually enable new ways of connecting with other people, new ways of collaborating with other people. And I think this is something that we need to think of, how can we use this to support our students and our faculty in both gaining knowledge but also contributing knowledge in a sense to these different networks. Hello. Yes, I should say.
There was something, how for example, this was related to Moodle.
How is this related to Moodle?
Moodle, yeah.
it can be, it's not directly related. These are all tools which exist outside Moodle. But usually, these tools are open in the sense that they can be imported. Actually, I have tried in my classes. I've not really succeeded because I thought all the students would be using Twitter, and it turned out it was only 10 out of 200. So the digital natives, they don't exist. But actually I tried to say, and colleagues of mine have tried to say that, try to, when you sit in the lecture hall or just during the semester, try to use this hashtag and then the name of the course or something like that. So if you have something to share, because we actually have 200 students, so if you have something to share, use this hashtag and share it with your friends in that way, and also make it available. And that can actually be pulled into Moodle and can be shown in Moodle, because we use Moodle as our main learning management system. So many of these tools are open in the sense that you can pull in YouTube videos, you can pull in Twitter streams into Moodle, so you can integrate these outside tools into the main learning environment. So I think, and I think that's the interesting thing, is how to bring, I mean, because it's the Wild West, it's chaotic, it's how do we overview it? People often ask, well, if you have so many tweets a day, how do you see all of it? Well, the answer is I don't. I mean, it's something, sometimes I open and I see, oh, that's interesting, I pick, and I pick, and I pick. But how do we make sense of all of this? And how should students make sense of all of this? And this is where the faculty comes in. This is where the teachers also come in as sort of gatekeepers and those who can organize content and a course, and also draw on the external resource, say what kinds of debates are going on within climate change, within peace research, what kind of communities, what kind of networks are existing out there, what are they doing, what kinds of resources are they producing, what papers are available. And then you can bring it into class as a sort of live resource and discuss it in smaller groups. I'll return a bit to that.
Just a quick, I'm curious, if only a small number of Danish students or the ones in the class are on Twitter, what are they on? Because since I've been around, they're always on their phones.
Yes.
I mean, they're permanently, if they're not doing something, they're tapping away at something. Are they on Facebook? Are they on, what are they on if they're not on Twitter?
Facebook is, at least in Denmark, massively pervasive.
Okay.
I think we're the largest Facebook population in the world, actually, in Denmark, compared to the size of the country, of course. So that's very pervasive.
Okay.
A lot of people are on Facebook.
Okay.
So I would assume that could also be the same, that Facebook has become a sort of, well, international, you know, in a sense of global.
And related to that, why Twitter, not Facebook then?
That's a good question. That's because it's the same infrastructure. It's about connecting to people, and you have this stream of things coming in. In that sense, Facebook and Twitter are similar. But what is characteristic about Facebook, at least how people use it, is that it's for friend networks. It's very much for social, where you share things about your life, and it could be for learning. It can be used for learning, but sometimes, I mean, it's where people have their family and friends, and they don't want to, hey, check this paper about this, and that would be sort of, it's like, sitting to a party and say, hey, have you all read this book?
Yeah.
So it's different kinds of networks in that sense. But the architecture and the structure is the same, so Facebook can certainly be used for the same. Yeah, more.
Just a quick comment to that. I had a group of students who were using Facebook for their platform of communication within their project work, but they realized that it did not work simply because of the social aspect of Facebook. Because once they went into Facebook to check something on the project work, then they got trapped into the trap of also checking quickly the social, and then they sort of got immersed into the social aspects of Facebook and forgot about the project. So they scrapped it again after having tried for a while.
Yeah, and this exactly this.
And I think that somehow confirms what you said.
I mean, it is. It can be done, and many students use Facebook for their groups. Actually, they use Facebook to communicate in their groups and share documents, or they do that in Dropbox. Actually, Dropbox and Facebook, those are the main tools for students' group work here at Aalborg University, I think. But what Hanne, a colleague of mine, experienced, she asked students to put up a blog. So she said you have to blog, and then you have to write something, you have to choose a topic, and then you have to explain it to the other students, and they can comment and discuss. And she also used Facebook a bit, and what people said was really the same as Mona. Well, it's sort of, then suddenly we're mixing different spheres, so suddenly I feel like working when I'm on Facebook and with my friends. On the other hand, I get distracted when I try to work, so it's a bit like work and social life becoming meshed up. And maybe that's a period in time, and maybe people will become used to that. But I think Facebook has very much become sort of an informal space. I think a lot of people also get a lot of inspiration from it. But the whole architecture of actually connecting to people, a diversity of people, and creating a learning network in a sense is an interesting thought. And it can be done on Twitter. It can be, I can show you. I have so many different services that I'm following. I'll just show you. One is, I think it's very interesting from an academic point of view, is something called BGO. I'm using too much time, Mona, just stop me whenever. I'll just show you. This is a tool to share links. What I do is, whenever I see an interesting link, which I think that could also be interesting to others, rather than just bookmarking it in my own browser, I share it online. So this is actually my online library, and it's available. One can subscribe to it, so every time I find a new page, you'll get an update. So it's really about following people. This is just for me. This is my way of storing interesting links. I can put keywords to it and other things. I can search it and so on. But what is also interesting is that once again, you can build a network. So I can follow other people. I can say, this guy, this girl, they post interesting stuff. This is, this is Lilian, who is a PhD student and head of our Moodle section. This is a student from my Master in ICT and Learning. So I can say, okay, these people here, they usually share good links in this service. So I'll subscribe to them, and whenever they bookmark something, I can see it if I want to. I don't have to go and do it all the time, but I can get updates whenever I want. So this idea of building or customizing networks, because these might not necessarily be friends, I might not even know these persons. Some of them I do, but other people I'm just thinking, okay, they are very interested in ICT and learning, so am I, and they post great links. I'll follow him or her. So that's just a way of creating a lot of small customized networks to follow, and you get this, again, a stream, if you will, of updated content. So it's a way of creating your own learning environment by actually following others and also contributing yourself. I'll just skip this one then. So I'll be brief, Mona, sorry. So I think we have some interesting things happening at the moment where we see ICT or new technologies enabling new kinds of interactions and across different levels of scale, if you will, from the individual to the group to the network to this larger, massive sum of people you can suddenly follow. And how to make these movements all the time is really interesting. How can we make the best of it? And how can we actually help students and ourselves make sense of all the information, because it's a massive, it's massive information overload in a sense. And it's not just enough to collect a lot of knowledge, you also need to work with it, you need to transform it, you need to think about it, make sense of it together with others. And this is actually where I think the group, the class, the project group, the organized course is a sort of middle station for that. That's a place where we can make sense of all the chaos that's emerging out here. That's where the teachers and students become sort of boundary persons and gatekeepers of bringing in a lot of knowledge, but also negotiating how can we make sense of this. How does all of this, these resources make sense in our local context? How can we use this knowledge? And that's also how I see, I mean, the PBL, the group work, the project is a sort of container where you can bring a lot of things, but you make sense of it together and you work on something, you produce solutions. So I think the idea of combining PBL principles, of having these groups that work with their projects, combined with this individual, what should we call it, treasure hunting on the big internet. And we all have our little small networks we can follow, but bringing those together in shared experiences and working together on particular projects and problems is really important. I think the local anchorage and competence development, I mean local problems and solutions to societal problems are ways of making sense of this. I think it's also very important in all countries actually, because we're seeing the emergence of these large courses where Stanford, Harvard, they put up a philosophy course. They have very famous lecturers who will make great lectures, I suppose, on Heidegger or whichever philosopher. But how does this knowledge enable us to do something locally? How does it enable us to actually address the problems we're having? I mean, all these MOOCs are, first of all, business. They're also decontextualized in many ways, heavily US-based. So how do we actually, there are a lot of free resources out in the world, but how do we make them make sense in our own local context, tie together the global and the local in a sense, I think will be very important. And something I'm very keen on exploring actually is something called community-oriented open projects. I think it could be very interesting to have technology support something where you come together 3 to 8 weeks, not necessarily intensively, but where people can say, well, in our university we're really taken up by this problem, or we want to build this course, we want to solve this problem. And you'll have a sort of more or less structured, I call it an on-course, because it's not a course where there's a lecturer necessarily, but where you will support different groups and learn from each other in addressing particular problems. It could be climate, it could be peace research, it could be how to develop a course online. But having a sort of open arena where people could work together in projects and support each other under a common heading would be very interesting. And not, I mean, there could be resources, you could pool together resources and help each other find interesting material and helping each other with the project. I think that's a format that would be really interesting for online learning. So yes, I'll better stop here. I think it's also the last slide actually. Yes.
Thank you very much to you, Thomas.
Sorry for taking so much time.
There's some short clarifying questions. I would like to maybe postpone the discussion of what Thomas has presented, because I think there are many issues of discussion which are related both to the e-learning and to the PBL. So I would like to postpone a deep discussion until after the next presentation. But are there any short clarifying questions right here now that you would like to pose to Thomas?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Madara?
Just a quick comment. There's a lot of content on the slides. If we could get the
yeah, you can have the
slides. You will get the
no
slides,
problem.
I'm sure.
That's great.
Sure about that. Definitely.
Just a quick one.
Yes.
The problem of connectivity. Have you considered that? Or are there any solutions?
Of basic connectivity?
Yeah, to the internet.
Not particularly.
Which
Well,
of
in
course
the
is one of
sense,
the
in the sense that
challenges in
Yeah.
Africa.
I think it's very interesting that many of these services are actually working on mobiles. And that is quite a game changer because much of the official heavy e-learning software is server driven, it has to have its own server room and so on. So there are actually things where some of these new and mobile technologies are more available on a mobile phone. So I think actually in terms of connectivity there is some interest there. But of course, I mean there's a whole infrastructure problem which of course would need to be in order for this to work. But I think the mobile is actually a middle point.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I hope that you are staying for long.
Oh, I have to go, but I'll stay for the discussion.
Stay for the discussion. Okay. So we have you for the discussion. Inger, here's the money from Morten, so you can distribute, and I'll just try to get ready for the next presentation. Navada, can you please send these around? Are you all okay with continuing, or does anybody need a short break for washrooms or anything?
Big one.
And I just sent the slides for both Inga, Allan and Mona, so it should be available.
These here, which I'm putting on the board just now, are two things that I would like you, that I would strongly recommend you to go and watch. Sugata Mitra, The Hole in the Wall, I suppose you're familiar with him, Thomas? And I was totally fascinated when I watched his TED talk some time ago about computers, about children from 6 to 12 years learning using computers. So that is one interesting thing that relates to what Thomas has been talking about somehow. And Teaching and Understanding is a little video film which was produced in Aarhus University some years ago, and it gives an extremely good introduction to what I would call social constructivism, student-centered learning, student-activating learning, and some of the underlying principles of the PBL. It doesn't talk about PBL at all, but it gives you the foundation for PBL. And it is a really good video, in my opinion. I have been using it in many, many places around the world. So what I'm trying to do now, and I'll try to be a bit brief, to raise the question whether PBL is actually useful in African universities. Some time ago, 2008, I was invited to do a keynote on PBL in Africa, in engineering education in Africa, because there was an engineering education conference in Dar es Salaam, and the dean of the College of Engineering and Technology in University of Dar es Salaam invited me down to do something in PBL. And in that connection, I studied quite a number of reports on the situation of African universities. So what I found in that study, and this was, as I said, 5 years ago, that there were some main challenges to African universities, and I took my point of departure for the keynote in those challenges, and it's basically the sort of the foundation of what I'm presenting here still today. Maybe the challenges have changed, maybe some of them have been alleviated, maybe others have come up. That's what we can discuss afterwards. But that's what I'm going to talk about. And the main challenges, as I saw them then, there was a lot of talking about irrelevant curricula which are not responsive to the local African society. There was a lot about talking of traditional approaches to teaching and learning, lecture-based, etc. There was a lot of talking about mass education, hundreds and hundreds of students in classes, about poor students, students not having the proper entry qualifications for university, about inequities in access, inequities both in terms of ethnic groups and in terms of gender, and of course one of the major overwhelming problems of Africa is the brain drain. So, talking about irrelevant curricula not responsive to African society, I don't know whether this is a comfort to you, but that's not only a problem in Africa. This study here was performed in Germany, and this was a comparison of the capabilities taught at universities and required in professional life, as seen by young professionals who had just recently graduated. And it is from engineering education. It is Professor Franz Becker who did the study. Working techniques and teamwork, very much required, not particularly well taught. Hands-on know-how, very much required, not particularly well taught. Same for communication, presentation skills, which you heard Felix talk about before. Foreign languages. What universities are really good at is theoretical expertise, which of course is also required. I mean, no discussion about that. Negotiation skills, leadership, very much sought for in professional life, but not taught, hardly taught by German universities. International exchange and marketing management. So the question of whether university curricula are relevant for the professional life that faces people once they graduate is not restricted to African universities. It is a worldwide problem, I think. The question, of course, arises, can universities actually teach these skills which are required by professional life? And that's where the slide that I mentioned shortly yesterday, comparison between Aalborg University and Technical University of Denmark from 2004, made by our weekly newsletter called The Engineer. Respondents were 125 human resource managers in engineering companies in Denmark, and they were asked to rate on a scale from very good to very poor whether they found candidates from Aalborg University, respectively Technical University of Denmark, having good skills or not good skills in the 6 areas listed. Project and people management, Aalborg University leads by far. The contact and working relations to industry, Aalborg University leads by far. Innovative and creative skills, Aalborg University has the lead. Knowledge of business life and economy, Aalborg University has the lead. And overall quality of the education, again, Aalborg University has the lead. The one I was mentioning to you yesterday, where we had our inferiority complex for many, many years, that the quality of the engineering and technical professional skills were not so good as for the candidates from DTU. And when we saw that result here, that's when we sort of, wow, could hardly get our arms back down again. So yes, I think that some of the skills and competences looked for in professional life can be taught at universities. Not necessarily by giving a lecture on negotiation skills, but by introducing different approaches to teaching and learning. The survey among employers, which was made in 2002, there were 57% of private employers who preferred candidates from Aalborg University or candidates from Aarhus University, which is a more traditional university. And the reasons that they stated comes back to what Felix said before: good skills in teamwork, innovation skills, project management skills, ability to acquire new knowledge and skills, methodological and structured ways of working. And one of the respondents said that the ones from Aalborg University, they go in and work in projects from the start. Or coining a phrase that I heard once, they hit the ground running. You do not need to spend half a year to train them on what is it like to be in the workplace, because they have already, in a certain sense, been in the typical engineering workplace of today, namely project organized teamwork. So they know that inside out. About the relevance to society, how is it that PBL actually emphasizes this relevance to society? Well, we take the point of departure, as you have heard, in local time and place knowledge, or in a real-life problem, a localized real-life problem, meaning that you also need to take into account the local time and place knowledge, whether it's indigenous knowledge, whether it's informal knowledge, whether it's formal knowledge. You combine it with the general scientific knowledge, the more sort of westernized, decontextualized knowledge, and you use the two types of knowledge in solving, analyzing and solving local real-life problems, which of course, if we're talking Africa, would be African problems. Challenge number 2, the traditional, which most often is the lecture-based approaches to teaching and learning. I mentioned this for you yesterday. The Tanzania Commission for Universities recommends, here in the conventional mode, here in the new mode that they are recommending, cut down from 40, this is at the bachelor's level for example, cut down the percentage of time spent on lectures from 40% to 20%, that is cut in half, cut down or half the number of lectures you're doing, cut down the number of seminars and tutorials which are closely related to lectures normally from 20% to 5%, increase assignments where students work more on their own, increase independent studies and research. So you can see the trend is towards more student-centered teaching and learning approaches. At the Tanzania Commission for Universities, they have certainly already grasped that message. And the message, of course, is confirmed by this World Bank report, where they say that the learning process needs to focus on the capacity to find knowledge, to access knowledge, to apply knowledge in problem solving, to learning to learn, to learning to transform information into new knowledge, learning to translate new knowledge into applications, more important than just memorizing. So again, the funnel approach to teaching and learning is not what we are looking for. We are looking for students who can independently access knowledge and apply that knowledge into problem solving. And what is it that PBL does about the learning? This has been said now so many times today and yesterday, so that you probably are sick of listening to it. The ill-structured real-life problem as a process of as a point of departure, and then transforming information into new knowledge and apply the new knowledge for problem solving, and in the process learn to learn. Now about this learning to learn, working with real-life problems meets the perspective, meets the interest of students, therefore enhances the motivation, the study efforts and learning outcomes. I mean, there's nothing mysterious in motivated students work harder. If motivated students work harder, they learn more. That is fairly sort of logical. And if we have learning outcomes that we want the students to achieve and they work harder, then they will eventually achieve the learning outcomes. Develops the students' professional identity and skills, problem-solving skills, ability for critical thinking, project management skills, communication, negotiation, conflict resolution, lifelong learning skills. On the lifelong learning skills, a few quotes from Aalborg University students. Now you have already heard some of them. This way of learning is much better than only attending lectures, because I have to know why I need to learn this. When I know the objective clearly, I learn much better. This is one of my favorite quotes, because what this young student, this was a female student in her 6th semester, what she is expressing is a very basic human need, I think. We need to know why. Once we understand why, then we can so much more easily adapt to whatever we need to adapt to. So it's so much more easy to sit through a desperately boring lecture on thermodynamics if you know that you need this knowledge to solve a problem on alternative energy sources in Ghana, for example. Because you know that I have to have this knowledge, otherwise I cannot solve my problem. So again, the problem is the driving force. When working on a problem, I'm strongly motivated and attracted. We need to solve this problem. And that is the motivating factor. The identity. Listen to this young guy, this is a 3rd semester student saying, we are engineers. He already feels that he's an engineer. It's our responsibility to solve this problem. So you can see the identity building power of PBL as well. I think that it becomes easier when you learn technical matters in groups. Here we have the peer learning, the peer teaching aspect, which I think is extremely important about the working in groups, just like Thomas has said before, like probably everybody else has said before. Normally we use the blackboard to discuss things, which is exactly what they do here. Learning to learn. In 2007 I was in a conference, in a PBL conference in Singapore, and there was this presentation from City University of Hong Kong, and I was like flabbergasted when I heard the results. What they did was they took the students applying for civil engineering first year, they divided them into two groups based on the entry qualifications. So they took the good students with the good entry qualifications, the ones who had actually applied for the master's program in civil engineering, and put into one group. They took the students who had only applied for the bachelor's program and who had the bad entry qualifications. Basically, they apply based on the entry qualifications, put them in another group. So you had these two clearly distinguished groups of good students and poor students. They tested them using a certain instrument that's called the LASSI instrument, Learning and Studying Strategies Index, which measures how students are capable to cope with their own learning, how they manage their own learning processes, planning, monitoring, evaluating their own learning. So they measured that as a baseline study before the students started studying. Then they took the good students and gave them the civil engineering first year curriculum in a traditional lecture-based manner. And they took the poor students and gave them the exact same contents. Contents-wise there was no change, except the form was flipped around to 100% PBL. Then after 15 months of study, they once again used the same LASSI instrument to measure the students' capability in metacognitive processes of planning, monitoring, and evaluating their own learning. There was 0% change for the good students, and there was a 28% increase for the poor students. My main point here, of course, is that PBL actually changes the poor students into good students, which is also one of the messages from the teaching, and understanding. And yeah, I'll come back to it in a minute. Now we come to the challenges of mass education, poor students, inequity and access, just one slide for each. PBL enhances peer teaching and peer learning, which has already been said a couple of times. One of the funny quotes about that is by John Bex, who is one of the big gurus in educational research. He says that peer teaching and peer learning transforms a class of 500 students into 500 teaching assistants. Now show me a professor who would not like to have 500 teaching assistants. Also, it of course reduces staff workload on lecturing. It reduces staff workload on marking individual exam papers. When I think of some of my colleagues in the University of Dar es Salaam sitting marking 500 exam papers one by one, oh my god. And of course this reduction of workload could be even further enhanced by introducing such concepts as self and peer assessment also. The one on PBL and poor students, we have already mentioned this. This diagram here goes from passive student activity to active student activity. In other words, from passive lecture-based approaches to student activating project-based or problem-based. The y-axis from low-level engagement to high-level engagement. The low-level engagement, students trying to memorize and take notes, to the high-level engagement where students are trying to apply, are trying to theorize, are trying to create and synthesize. Now, if you move from passive teaching approaches to active teaching approaches, the good students will improve their performance somewhat. But then good students are the naturally inquisitive types of persons, like you were when you were students at universities. You wanted to explore, to achieve deep understanding, etc., etc. So the good students are the ones who by nature are inquisitive and has curiosity and wants to explore. They will improve somehow, but the poor students, and that's of course the main point, if we force the poor students to move from the passive attitude of just memorizing and note-taking to the active attitude of actually interactively engage with the material and do things by themselves, then they improve their performance so much more. They engage with the material at a considerably higher level. It is one of the main points of the video film and the understanding. I strongly recommend you to watch it. On PBL and inequities, there was quite a number of the reports that I read then that talked about the ethnic inequities specifically, and I recognize it from Tanzania. You have the Wahayas, who are the highly educated people, you have the Wachakas to some extent, and then there are certain ethnic groups, the Wasukuma are hardly represented in universities, much as it's the biggest group in Tanzania. So there are definitely ethnic issues at play in many African universities, also of course because you have so many ethnic groups in Africa. That of course leads to some inequities, because poor students coming from not very academic environments, they will find it more difficult to get into the university, and not only will they find it more difficult, but there will also not be a tradition maybe from given their background, etc. In Denmark we do not have the ethnic inequities, but we do of course have social inequities. I mean, much as we are a fairly homogeneous society, we still have poor people and rich people, we still have academic people and non-academic people, and we still struggle with a problem that we call the social heritage of higher education, meaning that if you examine what students do we have at universities, you'll find that there is a proportionally higher proportion of students coming from an academic background with parents who have an academic education than what is generally in the Danish population, whilst there are lower representation and underrepresentation of students coming from a non-academic background. But in terms of breaking the social heritage, Aalborg University is the best university out of the 7 in Denmark in terms of breaking the social heritage. We still have the problem that is still a slight overrepresentation, but it's considerably lower than in the other universities, in the more traditional universities. So somehow PBL does address social inequities. Why is this so? I think this is so because in PBL also other skills than the purely academic skills are of course being enhanced, like we have been talking about. Some of the negotiation skills, some of the caring for each other within the group type skills may be skills that people from a non-academic background actually possess to quite a high degree. So it helps students get through university also even if they do not have academic parents. Gender inequities, now this year of course I'm mainly thinking of engineering here, and I have done, for many years I did research on gender science and technology, and I know from that research that women are attracted to technological educations if they can see the technology being used to solve real life problems. Studying technology just for the sake of technology, that's for men, that's not for women. Women want to see the technology used for some sensible purpose. So a gender inequity, which was also at least mentioned in University of Dar es Salaam, is quite a major problem that can be overcome by that. So I think in general you could say that PBL increases the diversity among students because it addresses some of the inequities. And that is of course one important point, that diversity and innovation, just like PBL and e-learning, diversity and innovation goes very much hand in hand. There was a study performed by the Danish Agency for Technology and Science, Technology and Innovation 2007 that showed that, for example, if you increase the number of women within your company with a factor of 2.1, then if you increase the number of women in your company, then the chance of innovating, of the potential innovation capacity, so to speak, increases quite considerably with a factor of 2, so it actually more than doubles. Similarly for educational background, similarly for ethnicity, age was the only factor, the only social factor which did not show an increase, which is basically explained by the researchers because there is already a very wide age spread within Danish companies. This year, of course, was a study performed in Danish companies, but I think that it is true in general that the more diversity, the more innovation, because the more diversity, the more different perspectives on any given problem situation, and therefore the more avenues will be explored in order to find an appropriate solution. The last challenge, that was what really made my hair stand on end when I read about this here. This was a report I found by a guy called Ndulu, performed for the Association of African Universities. More African scientists and engineers are working in the United States than there are in Africa. Think of that for a second. Did you all know that this is how the situation is?
I was one of them.
Okay, he came back.
One of them came back. Thank you very much. I do not have one friend of mine in Tanzania apart from my not very rich best friend, but all the colleagues I have, they all have kids all of the friends apart from Mary, they all have kids in the United States, or in the UK, or in Germany, or wherever. Yeah. And people who are in good, well-paid jobs, and well, what made you come back, Madara? That would be an interesting question, actually. We're talking about development aid. I don't know if we call it like that anymore, but still, at least we're talking a lot about the money being donated from the north to the south. This is actually not true. The stream of donation goes the opposite way. Africa invested $640 billion US in sending highly skilled immigrants to the US. So, as I said, I was flabbergasted when I read this here. I really seriously was shocked. What PBL can do about it, I'm not sure, because obviously that has not been tried out, so to speak, within our university. PBL provides an intellectually challenging learning and research environment, that much I am certain about. PBL promotes entrepreneurship and self-employment, that much I'm certain about. What I'm not so certain about is it also true that PBL may enhance the students' sense of ownership of their education and their society? I'm hoping that if students have been collaborating with local society, if they have been actually trying to solve local problems, have seen what they have the power to do because of their education, they may tend to say, this is okay. I'll go and establish an NGO like Felix, or I'll go and establish a small company and help solve local problems in local society. But of course, I can't say that this is what will happen. I hope so. The other thing I can say is, of course, that it would be possible if PBL was introduced. It would certainly be possible, just like we do it in the DSU scheme, where you have a local supervisor and a co-supervisor, where you can be attached to the local university and you can be attached to a Danish university. You can use the Danish university resources or library to tap into resources from this end of the world, where it may be easier to get your hands on resources. The same approach, of course, could be used with bachelor students and with master students, that we could use local co-supervisors from some of these big influential American universities. They could be co-supervisors, they could be entrance points for students' access to information that might otherwise be quite difficult for them to access. So that would be a very practical, down-to-earth use of the African diaspora, at least, so that they could contribute. That one, if we can't convince them to come back. Okay, so is PBL useful in African universities? I don't suppose that you doubt what my answer would be to the question right now. I think that PBL addresses some of the main challenges, so therefore yes, I actually think that PBL is useful in African universities. The first time I started thinking about that, I mean, much as I have been working in Africa for many years, I came to Tanzania the first time in 1974, was there for 2.5 years with the Dar es Salaam Technical College. I came back in '88 and worked for 4.5 years with the Post and Telecoms Corporation. I came to Tanzania in 1996 with a group of second semester engineering students at a time where second semester was still sort of an interdisciplinary semester.
We're in the discussion time now.
Yeah, I know. This is just one tiny little, and this is the last slide actually. There was one electronic engineering student, there was one mechanical engineering student, there was one environmental engineering student, one planning engineering student, one land surveying student within this group of students. And everywhere we went in Tanzania, Peter would point, hey Mona, look, could that not be a good project for an electronics engineer? And I would say, yeah Peter, I'm sure it could. Hey Mona, look over here, I think this here would be a really wonderful environmental engineering project. Yes, Maria, that's true. Look over here, Mona, this here could be a mechanical engineering project, couldn't it? Oh yeah, but you're perfectly true. So these young girls and guys, they spotted throughout the Tanzanian society loads and loads of practical problems that might be turned into an academic theoretical problem and that might be used as a point of departure for a study program or for project work. So, yes, but I'm not an African, much as I used to tell people that I like to tell people that I'm half Tanzanian. It's not true, unfortunately, but it's not up to me to tell you what we should do. So, we are now into the discussion time. Okay, thank you very much for your attention so far. And the last slide I'll give you straight away, because this is my email address. So, for any one of you, any comments, any questions, anything you'd like to air in that connection, then this is my email address. And I think now is more or less the time for discussion, except that now they are out there discussing BSU matters, because the BSU phase 2 spending of money. Yes.
Mine is more, maybe a question also a comment. Like when I was in Japan, I discovered that they mainly teach in the language. Most of what they do is in the language.
Yeah.
Mainly also, it could also apply to China, Korea, whatever. And because of that, their rate of internalizing technology and digesting it is very high. And like in Africa, when you're starting studies, you're bombarded with English, you don't know what you're learning because of the deficit in the language. And you cannot internalize and digest knowledge because of that deficit. So I don't know how that would filter into the problem-based learning. But to me, I believe that problem-based learning corners the problem. Because if a student has not understood something very well, the friends can explain the local language or see a way of making such a person understand if he or she does not know a lot of English. Now the other one is about brain drain. There was a time we met Dr. Nyako. He's a Ghanaian. And he's I think a professor at the University of New York. So he said they did a study, and in that study they found out that brain drain was not more of a problem. Because those who are outside there, the Africans who are educated, were emitting a lot of money back home, which was very useful in educating those who are left behind.
Two good questions that you're raising, two good points that you're raising. And I'm just going down to take a pen and a piece of paper so that I can keep track of what you asked about. The first one about the language, that is one of the most burning issues, and I think in practically all universities of the world, except for the English-speaking countries. And here in Denmark, we have a big discussion going on whether university teaching at master's level should be strictly in English, because everybody needs to be able to cope with the English language, or whether it should be in Danish. Or some of our political parties say that we have to do all teaching at master's level in Danish, and if we want to, then we can also do a parallel program in English, and etc., etc. So the language issue is a huge issue. Kiswahili versus English is a huge issue in Tanzania, of course. And you're perfectly right that for people to learn, they need to learn in their own language. They need to formulate problems and discuss, etc., in their own language. The problem with that is that if a master's student comes out from the University of Dar es Salaam or Maseno University or Google University and hardly speaks a word of English, he or she is not particularly useful for very many companies or very many organizations. So you have this desperate problem of balancing between having some good language. You saw one in the slide about what competences are needed in professional life, and foreign language rated quite high. So you have this problem, and there is no easy solution to it. But I would say always in a PBL environment, if you have a group of students, all of whom are, say, Kiswahili-speaking students, of course I would allow them to do whatever discussions they want to do in Kiswahili. But I might want to enforce upon them to write their report in English afterwards, getting help, getting assistance from people who have some language skills. This would be this would be my standpoint, I think, on that. Let students collaborate and work in whatever language is common to all of them, because if you have an international program where you have a student from Denmark and a student from Ghana and another student from Germany or Turkey or wherever not, then of course you need to have this common language that all of them then eventually acquire. So I don't know if you have a point, Inger, you are actually much more of a linguistic person than I am. I don't know if you have a point on this issue that...
Not really at this point.
I have a comment on the language. Kenya, it's a non-issue. I mean, you learn in English from standard 1. And you learn in English, primary, secondary, it's a non-issue. You are more comfortably, academically at the university in English than any other language you speak in Kenya, academically.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, you also learn Swahili in parallel throughout, but you don't learn in Swahili.
But Swahili is like a foreign language.
Yes, you don't learn in Swahili at any point, but you learn Swahili.
Is that not the same situation?
So it's not, language is not one of our big issues in terms of communicating amongst ourselves and about our issues.
Now the interesting thing about language, when I was in Tanzania the first time teaching at the Dar es Salaam Technical College, I was teaching students from Form 4 leavers who had been taught in English from Standard 1. And they taught me an awful lot of English because their English was considerably better than mine. I came back 15 years later, and the students I was teaching, the technical officers of Tanzania Post and Telecoms, was also Form 4 leavers who had been taught in Kiswahili and had been taught English as a second language. And the difference was dramatic, really dramatic, in terms of their capacity to teach and learn. So, who was it? Was that you, Ambrose? Yeah?
Yeah, our experience is not any different from the Kenyan. Just, that I just said. Well, language is not really an issue because they did English from National Open University. Although recently they have reviewed a system where primary 1, 2, 3, they are experimenting teaching native languages to see whether their perception is better using native language than using foreign language like English. That one, well, is still an ongoing process. But I want to draw your attention to somewhere when you say employability of graduates or competencies of graduates in certain fields. I'm trying to relate it back to PBL and other traditional approaches where even employers are skeptical, like in Uganda, employing engineers from certain universities compared to others. And I may not be basic mentioning the names of universities, but there are some cases where engineers employers require engineers from what used to be Uganda Polytechnic, is now Cambridge University. Three institutions in one, Cambridge University. Then those for Makerere because of the teaching approaches. The other one is more into a PBL type, hands-on training, compared to the other one where too much theorizing in areas where it's supposed to be practical things. So I just want to add, that's by way of evaluating what PBL will do for African universities. Somewhere I'd just like to mention the practical approach to learning which the student takes compared to maybe the traditional way. What I would think would add value to the way we bring up people in our training university. This is one of the things it is good it has come to time. I think it will add value too much because we need to know.
In the meantime, I actually forgot the second question from your side, Jimmy. What was that?
It was brain drain.
It was a brain
Some
drain.
people
That
think
the remittance is okay. Yes, of course, that is very true. That in terms of monetary value, the diaspora is sending money back, but that money is quite often used more for personal, family-related improvement than for improvement of society at a more general level. So, for example, it does not necessarily improve the educational institutions. It does not necessarily be used for improving the health system because you have a rich uncle or a rich brother or a whatever rich in relative terms somewhere abroad. So, I mean, yes, in terms of money, fine, but that's actually it's actually the exact same problem that you have in many countries, even in the so-called developed world nowadays, that you have this dilemma between some people being extremely rich on a private level and the society as such being pretty poor at the collective level, not having money to secure good services in health and education, whilst rich people just buy private education, private health, etc. So, I mean, this is the dilemma between individuals, rich individuals, and poor societies is actually not just an African phenomenon.
I think you are right, because it causes dependency syndrome.
Yeah.
Instead of showing them how to fish,
you give them a fish, exactly. Yeah.
A follow-up on what Ambrose was saying. We have these professional bodies that vet graduates that come out of institutions. A very recampiant one is the medical board in Kenya, of a particular way of doing things. And more university in Kenya tried to adopt this PBL approach to teaching medicine. Mm-hmm. And the graduates had hell because they were saying there's no way you can take first years right from the word go and put them in the community and get them to begin to practice medicine. How would they know, and so on. So they've been forced to go back to the traditional way of teaching medicine. Mm-hmm. And I think that's actually an issue that we need to address at also those professional levels, because those professionals are made up of people who have been used to the old way of doing things. And so when you're creating change, the change goes beyond just the university system itself, because the graduates actually have to go into the market, and the market must then accept them. And that makes a difference. While you have professional organizations like the Architectural Association of Kenya or the Planning Institute of Kenya, mm-hmm. where the training has actually been PBL approach. So it becomes very easy, because when you even take students out for attachment, there's no big problem. They actually have a learning environment when they're doing the attachment. So that, I think, is something that we can be able to learn from the different professional bodies.
But I think that you're perfectly right about that, George, that the professional bodies has quite some impact on what is possible and what is not possible. Just like the story I told yesterday when you were not around about the Danish Engineering Association did not want to admit our candidates from the Faculty of Engineering and Science as members of the association for the first 7 or 8 years after we started graduating people. So it is important to take on the professional bodies. Yes, Lina?
Maybe just going back to a bit to the language issue. For a lot of our context, it might not be possible to maybe teach in our ethnic languages. For example, in Kenya we have 42 tribes, so we are not born speaking Swahili, we are not born speaking English, so there has to be some unifying factor, and I think teaching in English makes a lot of sense. But then, to your last slide, the issue of if it would be relevant, PBL would be relevant, I think yes. I think what people need to understand is that we are not changing the concepts. We are taking them and contextualizing them, so that when our students are thinking about examples, they're thinking about their local situation as opposed to thinking about, okay, during summer or winter, and yet we don't experience summer or winter. So it's just taking the concept and making it home-based, if I may call it that. So that might be a driving factor to making it more accepted.
Yeah. And the important thing here is, just like the Hong Kong example showed, that delivering information And providing a learning environment does not necessarily impact on the contents of what students are supposed to learn at all. It doesn't have to be, I mean, you can still cling to the same contents and say this year is relevant. They will learn that, they will just learn it in a different way.
Exactly.
One tiny little, again, one of these little anecdotes. I mean, I'm getting too old, I'm telling anecdotes all the time. We had a student in our Masters in Problem-Based Learning program whose name was Maria from Colombia. She did a business management course and something with scorecards, and she was used to doing 8 lectures and then give the students a case to work on, and then they would sit a traditional exam. Then after the first year of MPBL, she swapped things around. She gave the students the case from day 1, gave them 1 lecture introducing the overall concepts, etc., the terminology, so that they would be able to read the textbook that she had otherwise been using as a basis for her lectures on their own, and that was it. And then, of course, she would provide some facilitation if they got stuck on the way. And then by the end of the day, they sat the exact same exam that she had previously had students sit, and they had significantly better results. Because they knew from day 1 why they needed to learn this, because they had been presented with the case, with the real-life problem. So, I mean, that's as much of the change as was introduced. And students still perform better. Yes?
I think we should have some 2 questions or 3 for Thomas's
Sure,
presentation,
sure.
and then
Yeah.
we can just
Yeah.
wrap up.
Are you somehow trying to chair now and keep track of time, Hanan?
Yes.
Because I mean, it's difficult to stand here keeping track of time and telling anecdotes all at the same time. Okay, Ambrose?
Yeah, that's one additional support for why we need to change our approach. I read 2-3 days ago, Uganda National Examination Board, UNED, yearly do a kind of survey, what they call National Assessment of Progress in Education. And in 2011, one was in 2009, then another one, another report I was comparing if there was changes from 2009 and then 11.
Yeah.
2 things emerged. They administer certain tests to a group of students, let's say for a particular class, whether primary or secondary. And then they do a similar one to their teachers. It was embarrassing at some point that the pupils beat their teachers in a certain test. And then another one which I found interesting was they selected different subjects, but this one I'm talking about was in biology. Then senior 2 class, much as they generally performed poorly in sciences compared to the art subjects, but their approaches to responding to problems which are more of a recall type was a bit higher than when you subject them to critical thinking and kind of problem solving type of questions. The same was even a little worse for their teachers. Teachers are trained to teach, to deliver content in a variety of methodologies. But I think what UNED was testing here also touched on both content and the delivery apart. Then again it emerged out that the creative thinking ability of children at that level was a little bit more promising than the way their teachers were delivered. So I'm a teacher trainer, and this baffles me a lot when this kind of trend emerges. Now I'm trying to bring it to how PBL probably help to introduce a change. I guess if this one is taken, I know the uptake normally the challenges listed there are bound to be met, but already there is that evidence from the survey from the neighbors are saying.
I'm actually a teacher training as well. Watch as I said that I'm an electronics engineer, but I'm the coordinator of the Master in Problem-Based Learning, and all our participants in that program are teachers. And those teachers learn how to do PBL by doing PBL. They learn how to do e-learning by doing e-learning. So they learn by doing what they are supposed to learn. And that's actually quite a strong way of doing it. And you could apply similar strategies as a teacher trainer, I think. Hanan, you had?
I wanted to get to Thomas.
Yes.
In most part of the global south, the use of telephone is very common. You can even go to the nearest village and it's the sophisticated tool you can find in terms of electronics. Now, this whole idea about PBL and e-learning, could there be a situation, could the mobile phone be used as a way of starting? Because that is what people can easily lay hands on in the universities and also in communities. So, for example, if you are going to introduce it, because this e-lab facility is not in most of the universities, could that be a starting point, or, I mean, I don't know.
Yes, certainly. I think actually what's interesting also in Aalborg University is that we don't have one official system to support students in doing their group work. We're actually relying on the students themselves to find technologies, and often they choose existing technologies such as Facebook or others which are available on mobile. So there are mobile technologies that can support collaboration and make people connect to each other and support, that they collaborate in certain aspects. Certainly. Definitely.
Question. A few years ago, well, almost 7 years ago, we had students in the US and University of Nairobi doing PBL projects together. They're in different classes, but they're in similar classes. But they would have a joint project. And they use the internet to collaborate, and then you present your results separately and so on. It was very challenging then, because technology was not really that good then. If we were to do something like that, I mean, you gave us, that's what I was saying, you get a lot of information. Which ones would you recommend? Again, if you were to have collaboration where the students will never physically meet, but they're able to collaborate on a project. Out of all these tools that you mentioned, and maybe we can say bandwidth is not a problem. So you can mention tools where bandwidth is a non-issue.
I think it's difficult to say in the sense that there are many great tools out there.
Yeah.
And actually there are so many that I don't have an overview. I mean, it's just, it has exploded since 2004. And I'm thinking a lot about myself, whether institutions should provide something to try to set up something for students to use, or whether we should say, well, you choose something you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
Because if you agree on using Facebook and it's working for you, maybe that's okay. But on the other hand, I think also it would be good to have a middle ground and have a, because students are not necessarily that ICT literate as we often think, and they find tools which are not very good for collaboration actually, and which could be better. So I think it's somehow finding a set of tools which faculty and ICT staff is also comfortable with, like Google Apps, Google services, and as also, I mean, have to think in terms of should it be open source, should it be free? Then there's a host of tools, but Nim, I think it also comes down to needs assessments. What are we trying to do here? What is actually the demands of it? And then trying to build something from that. I know that's not
I was wondering, have any one of you been online students? I mean, students on online courses or blended learning courses? Ever tried it? No?
We have it at Maseno.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know you have the e-learning, but none of you have actually personally participated.
No, yeah, we have. It's a most horrible experience.
Ah.
Yeah, the first few weeks when you're trying to get yourself into the system, because it's designed with somebody who has an IT mind.
Yeah.
And it doesn't imagine that the people don't have that kind of IT mind. So you're busy groping your way into that kind. By the time you get the other side, you say, phew,
But just to add on what Madara was saying, in 2009 to 2010, we had a similar project, Maseno University and University of Twente, and the students largely used Dropbox. Of course, it was at the beginning, for most of our students, they had not heard about Dropbox, so it was a big deal setting it up, and yeah, but eventually they figured out how to work it, and it worked perfectly. So they were doing a similar project where they were collaborating on an issue. But just also on Thomas's presentation, I think ICT plays a very big role, and if we are teaching a younger population, we have to also go with the flow. What interests them and how can we deliver that is more interesting than just standing and lecturing and getting them to take notes. But I think we also need to appreciate the fact that a lot of our lecturers in our universities also need ICT training. Because
many of them.
Yeah, because we actually, honestly, even at our university, we have lecturers who cannot even type their own work. So like if they have something that needs typing, they don't know how to use a computer, so they would have to get it to somebody else to do it for them. So yeah.
I think it's a combination of not knowing, but also the tools change so fast.
Yeah.
So you know now, and in a year you have no idea what is going on.
Oh, that's also true. We had a guest professor from Nigeria, 2009. He came here, and he came one day with a manuscript and gave it to one of the secretaries, and the secretary was looking at it completely lost. What am I going to use that for? I expect you to type it for. Yeah, totally flabbergasted all of us. Because I mean, we haven't been typing we haven't had secretaries type our manuscripts since the 70s.
Yeah,
so,
60s.
That was really a culture clash. Seriously so.
I think it's a fact that younger people learn faster. Like when it comes to learning a language, children learn faster and more easily than elderly people. Maybe as we grow, our memory weakens, and now our brain power also is not as good as we think. So I think it would be good for us to capture the brilliant students, those who are maybe like genius, and give them special training.
Yeah.
And I think that's what happened in the case of Bill Gates Hotel, and maybe give special support for such gifted students.
The one thing that we also though need to then make sure that these young kids or youngsters have, not apart from the technical skills, is also the ability to then actually communicate to, for example, us elderly people who are not so very comfortable with all the new tools. Because obviously you need to have at least some degree of familiarity and some degree of comfort in using such tools, and you can't just leave it completely to the students. At least, I think, I hope. I don't know.
And that is the challenge of our e-learning platform, because the e-learning platform provides an opportunity for people who didn't have a chance to get to the university before they're like going to class in the evening and so on. But they ain't young. And so the issue makes about dropout rates. In this case, the dropout rate is basically because of the technology. They find it too difficult to go through this rigmarole and so on. So they require a bit more PBL to get them to work with the younger people who are also within the same e-campus to get the groups to work together. And that seems to work. When they have a group kind of team, the dropout rates tend to go down. When you have individuals doing their courses, they simply have like 70-80% dropout.
Hanan, what do you say about time?
I think right now what we should do is that we have some evaluation forms. We want you to evaluate the entire processes. So we'll hand it over to you, you evaluate, and then we give it back to Morten.
So are we at the closing remarks stage now? Did you want to, you had it.
So the evaluation forms
can we give Inger just the last word?
The evaluation forms can be going around whilst discussion goes.
Please,
so then
if you can distribute the evaluation forms, I think they're lying down here.
Do that afterwards. Lunch is only half an hour more.
Yeah, okay. We'll quickly wind up then. Inger?
Okay. Well, it was a question to Thomas, because we've been talking about these very big groups of students. Do you think these new media and the networking way of doing things could present some solution to classes of 1,000 students sometimes?
Certainly. I think they can somehow transform it from being a burden to actually being a resource and a way of organizing. So I think it's the only way of organizing so many people. How do you actually do that in a classroom or a lecture hall? So I think actually the technology is suddenly, if you have 1,000 heads, you have a certain mass and in pulling together resources, in writing up things, in sharing things, in thinking together, and also organizing them in different levels of scale, in smaller groups and clusters and so on. There's a possibility that one can work with virtually in a sense. So certainly, yes, I think actually...
Shared Google documents, for instance.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been doing with students, is actually ask them all to say, well, you have so many project ideas, put them into a Google document. You can all work it at the same time, and I don't have to do it. So it is possible to support collaboration and connections among many people at the same time.
I think we don't want to run the risk of not having lunch. That would be too traumatic. So just from the organizer's side, very quick closing remarks. Thank you very much all for coming. I have enjoyed being here together with you. I hope that we will have a time to collaborate more in the future. I certainly hope to be able to collaborate with Asaf, who's not here today. And a big thank you to Asaf. It's actually his idea, and he's done by far the majority of the work in terms of planning this thing here. So I think we owe him a big hand, although he's not here. And then over to whoever from the Kenyan group would like to give just a very quick closing remark.
I was supposed to say something, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
From Asaf. Yeah, just from the Kenya group, I think I speak for others too. We are very grateful. Quite a number of things here we are familiar with, but quite a number we are also not. And it also gives us an opportunity, I think as somebody said earlier, where you're not only hearing about it, but like when the students were here, you're actually seeing people going through it and hearing from them. And I think that is a huge incentive, that you can actually see the product. So it's not just a theoretical that we do. And you're hearing from those who are doing. And I think some of the comments we heard yesterday was who were actually surprised were first-year students because of the quality of work that they had. But I think a lot of what we have seen here, we are inspired. These are things now we can also try and see how we can gradually introduce them into our systems. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madara. Ambrose?
Yeah, I would like to thank the organizing team for this workshop, and also you, Mona, Inga, Hannah, Asaf, and above all, the faculty of humanities and the departments that do this whole thing to make this workshop possible. I thank my colleagues from Marcelo and from Gula as well for their participation. I think this has been very successful in my own thinking. This is a starting point, I would call it, because PBL and e-learning and others, as you are aware, are activities on their own under the BSU communication grant. That is running parallel, is going to run parallel in phase 2. And we should have actually had this, and said we are going to do that, but we have killed more than one bird with a stone throw. Instead of waiting until the time comes, we have hijacked this opportunity of our presence here and have this workshop here very successfully done. So I think this will pave the way for us when we begin to embark on the PBL lesson activity at BSU. It has shortened the long struggle that we have done. So I think this has been a very successful event. When time comes, I may not able to talk about this now, but it is just my thinking that we will want to have a broader workshop at the beginning of the PBL activity, and I guess Marcel will also do the same. But on the blue part, I want to promise that we will try as much as possible to make sure that we who are participating here also go and participate there. And I mean, to widen, to bring in more people, we want to make the beginning workshops, the PBL, more practical and more feasible in all terms, I would say. The challenges that we have talked about here, we are definitely going to meet. Resistance is one of them. Resistance on both the part of students and also the instructors. Because people who are, for very many reasons, would like to see the traditional approaches going on, and including what we have just last talked about here, we are likely to also pursue. So I know this is a process, and we have gone through this, and we want to benefit very much from your experiences. How PBL people at Aalborg and where it was big. We imagine nothing is too difficult. We will also get there one day. But I promise that what I think this workshop should actually continue. I would call this a first stage in the process, but we hope to have another one, bigger one, maybe. Time may not be there again for me to say anything, but I want to say thank you so much. It has been so lovely being in the northern part of Scotland, and if another opportunity comes, we'll be happy to come. But I also pray that the same opportunity will come, so that you also go and see Northern Uganda. And Thomas, I think all of you have not been there.
I've been there.
Okay, thank you. So we pray that that opportunity comes, you also come and see us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think now it's time for lunch. I can see Morten is getting more and more nervous that he won't have any lunch, which would be a shame, I think. So, please, let's go and have our lunch.
Yes.
Morten, can we lock this door? Could we leave our things here and lock the door? I tried my key.
No, we don't have a key. So either we have to put it in my office or we have to bring it down.
There's two prisons. There's two
I thought it's very important they get a feedback.
Anand, did you mail me the email?
I'll send it to you now.
Okay.
Let me just, yeah, I just, it's changing. There's some bit of changes from the app perspective. Okay.
I didn't know there were more.
No, yes.
To be like
yes. Okay, so.
Og så tror jeg, så er det det, og så...
Please, evaluation forms.
Here it's slides. Now they are here in pending, so you can look at them on the bus going back home tomorrow.
Okay.
And then you can show them our evaluation forms.
So you're paying the price.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Eric's presentation. You will be receiving it on email too, but just then you have maybe to sort of look at
Exam is over.
on the bus when you come back home tomorrow, right?
I'm leaving, hand in the papers, stop writing.
If you don't stop writing, I'll start deducting your email. It's bringing in the paper now.
Not yet, just going through.
sun is coming out.
Which if I can keep my sweater.
You can have it.
Because it's a big.
Because it's a big. But it's a good big.
It's a good big.
Yes.
I must agree.
So don't say never give you anything.
Yeah.
Just don't say what it is.
Yes.
What you said, because we have
Yeah, the schema, man. But you're right.
That's what you're being.
That's what it's there for.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's right. So you
Yeah, and he signed for 393.
That's
So
right.
he needs an additional.
392.
Okay, so
Yes.
maybe you
I
can,
think the problem was again that
you can write here and then sign down this.
Yeah.
Actually, please do that. This thing of
So
lecture
write
is
down.
students get
Let me see. You signed it for 392.
I don't lecture them.
Yeah, don't lecture them because they
I blend.
You blend.
Part lecture, part figure.
It's for our accounting system.
They don't blend, no? You look like you're the one.
784.
784. So I just add this in.
So I sign up here.
Yes.
Very fresh from home. We try about 6 weeks. Maybe 18th of April. But myself, yeah, we just dates. But one of these measurable.
I don't think I have the exact.
our lunch instruction. I just quickly go off and put my computer away so that I don't need to worry about it.
Then
392. David Onyamidia. I'm just there now.
this is 50.
Oh, yeah.
90.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a mathematician, you know.
Very good experience.
Yes.
Musana, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I think I'll give you some more forms. My students would also want a feedback from you, but that would be during lunch. Yeah, just to hear your
Okay,
views.
that's
So,
good.
yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Otherwise, I could also give that to you.
There you are.
That's front and back evaluation.
Some of it was in your line, I think. Media.
That's front and back.
Oh, sure. That's
Yes.
why. Do you have several of these before?
I don't. I only have this one. But it, well,
Philip, this is for the students who presented. It would be nice to get them some feedback. So that can be done during lunch, and then I'll get it. It's nice. Otherwise, next time you just call people, they don't know what did it go and you know. Yeah, I think I would be fair to them and say this is what the participants said.
Yeah.
So.
No, but even if you tell them properly,
you know,
because we have already made the remarks.
Yes, exactly. But it's just very
to
important.
me again.
Yeah, if you have
borrow it.
Exactly. So.
I mean, this one. And then somehow you could
Yes.
buy.
So
by
during
mail.
lunch, and then I'll get it
Yeah.
from you.
Or
Yeah.
you could.
I've gotten that off my diaries.
Or
Just, so the money issue has been sorted out?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
the analysis.
Yeah, please, lunch.
Okay.
You all know your way to the
Yes.
canteen
Yeah.
now, so why don't you just start going down and those of you who are ready.
Okay.
Me, I'm ready.
Yes. Yeah. Maybe one possibility could be for you to copy it here while you're here. Another one would be for you to copy it to you.